to City Council Success Agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency. Right now, 7:08 p.m. Wednesday, November 9, 2022. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Mayor Ta,
I'm here. Vice
Mayor Manzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Doe,
I'm here.
Councilmember Ho,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Next, salute to the flag will be Councilman Nguyen. Invocation will be City
Please
Attorney.
stand. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this evening that we have to come together and conduct the city's business. We just acknowledge your lordship and we're grateful for all that you've done in our lives and in this city. We're especially grateful for veterans as we celebrate Veterans Day this week. We just ask that you bless them and be with them and their families, and that they be appropriately honored. We commit the meeting to you, and we ask that you would enable the council and the public to engage in public discourse and decisions that are for the best interests of the city. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilman Nguyen and City Attorney. Ex parte communication, I see none. City Clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We would like to continue to invite members of the public to please consider some of the vacancies on our commissions, boards, and committees by visiting our website. Also, Mayor and members of the City Council, there was an update to the warrants on the agenda. That was a correction that was made on page 52. And there were e-comments that were also included on today's agenda on our website. That concludes my report.
So much. Next, we have City Manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council, everyone in attendance. Hello. So we have quite a bit of news to share, a lot of updates going on. So I just want to remind everyone that the Westminster Police Department is still conducting a fundraiser for male cancer research by relaxing the department's facial hair policy and by selling blue police arm patches. All proceeds go to male cancer research. And so for anyone who would like to support this really important cause, patches are available for a donation of $10 per patch and is available to the public. I don't think we have a flyer to put up at the moment, so we'll come back with that information in a bit. Community Services Department, a lot of activities going on. So the Senior Center Thanksgiving Luncheon, great event that will be held on Monday, November 21st from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. We also have our holiday tree lighting finally coming back in person. Sorry, that's the blue patch that's up at the moment. So sorry, our holiday tree lighting is back in person. And it's going to be over here at the Civic Center. It's the first time that we are doing the tree lighting ceremony since COVID. That's going to be taking place on December 5th. And we'll have free Santa visits and activities. And that starts at 5:30 p.m. Right now is the time for you to reserve your spot for our Breakfast with Santa. It's an annual event that we host Saturday, or it's going to be on Saturday, December 10th. At 9 a.m. in the Community Services Building. It's $15 per person. It's a traditional pancake breakfast and crafts and visits with Santa. Space is limited, and we expect the event to sell out. So contact Community Services Department for more details. And then last year, we had the privilege of introducing our inaugural Santa on the Go pop-up events. Basically, we would pop up at several parks around the city for Santa, for Santa visits, Santa photos, crafts, treats, and activities. So this year, we're happy to announce that we are doing that same format again. So Santa on the Go is scheduled for Friday, December 9th at 6 p.m. at Sigler Park, Saturday, December 10th at 12:30 p.m. at Bolsa Chica Park, And then Saturday, December 17th, it'll be at Tony Lamb Park at 10 a.m. and then Westminster Park at 12:30 p.m. The event was really successful last year, so we're excited to see everyone out and engaged at our local parks. All the details can be found on the website, or again, contact Community Services and Recreation, and follow us on social media for all the latest news. So we're happy to announce that we also received a grant from the Orange County Health Care Agency, and we were able to make some modifications in a few of our city facilities. And so we now have lactation rooms. For anyone who isn't familiar what a lactation room is, it's ultimately for breastfeeding or I guess for pumping. So that's really exciting because now we've made accommodations, and it's a grant fully funded. It's a project fully funded by a grant. Public Works, we've had a heavy rain yesterday, and Public Works safely removed 6 downed trees in the residential neighborhoods and 4 trees at city parks. We also handed out 72 sandbags to residents as well. And so if just a reminder that if you are a resident and would like to obtain sandbags, to head over to our corp yard, and they'll be able to help you there. Last but not least, after a lot of hard work, coordination, and support from staff, community members, donors, Orange County Department of Education, and of course the Mendez family, we are happy to announce that we are going to be having a celebration to unveil the new Mendez Tribute Monument Park. That is going to take place on Thursday, December 1st at 10 a.m. That's located at the northeast corner of Westminster and Olive, right across the street from our fire station. So that's really exciting. All members of the public are welcome to attend that event. And that park is fully grant funded. There was a lot of hard work that went to it, a lot of volunteer hours as well. It was great collaboration. And so we're really excited for the unveiling of that park. So stay tuned to, we've got a press release coming out pretty soon, and a couple of teaser videos to just highlight how monumental this, no pun intended, monument will be. And with that concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your report, Senior Manager. We have special presentation tonight, Proclamation Family Court Awareness Month. So do we have any organization for this? So we do. Okay, so thank you. So may I invite all members of City Council to join me. Testing. Okay. All right, so Proclamation Family Court Awareness Month, November 2022. Whereas the mission of the Family Court Awareness Month Committee is to increase awareness on important family court system that prioritize child safety and act in the best interest of children. Whereas the mission of FCAMC is filled with the desire to create awareness and change in the family court system for the conservatively estimate 58,000 children a year ordered into the unsupervised contact with abusive parents, by honoring 100 children who have been reported as murder during visitation with a dangerous parent. And whereas mission of the FCAMC is to increase awareness on the importance of empathy-based education and training on domestic violence and child abuse, including emotional, psychological, physical, and sexual abuse, as well as childhood trauma, coercive control, and post-separation abuse for just and all professionals working on cases within the family court system. Whereas the mission of FCAMC is to increase awareness on the importance of using scientifically valid, evidence-based treatment program and services that are proven in terms of safety, effectiveness, and therapeutic value. And whereas the mission of FCAMC is to educate judges and other family court professionals on evidence-based peer review research. Such research is a critical component to making decisions that are truly in the best interest of children. This research includes adverse childhood experience, child custody evaluator belief about domestic abuse allegation, and child custody outcome in cases involving parental alienation and abuse allegation. Now, therefore, I treat Tom Matter City, Westminster on behalf of Vice Mayor Carlos Menzel, Councilmember Ty Doe, Kimberly Ho, and Chief Charlie Wayne, do hereby proclaim November 2022 as Family Court Awareness Month in the City of Westminster. Encourage our residents to support the local community's effort to prevent the harm of children in the hands of dangerous family members, to honor the value of the life of children.
Thank you. Mayor Todd and City Council, thank you for proclaiming November as Family Court Awareness Month. My name is Jana Labordi. I am a domestic violence survivor and I'm a volunteer with the Family Court Awareness Month Committee. A little over 2 years ago, I ended up in the family court system dealing with issues related to child safety. I had no idea how hard it would be to protect my children. Family court rulings are widely based on parental rights, trumping child safety. Our primary goal this year is to shine a spotlight on the need for mandated training for judges and family court professionals who are ruling on cases with child safety and domestic violence concerns every day. Our children's lives are literally dependent on the courts becoming educated on these issues. It means not only the world to me, but all the other parents here in Westminster who have family court cases.
On behalf of the City of Westminster, this is our proclamation to the organizers.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have oral communication.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any item on the agenda or not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. There is a public hearing tonight, so anyone speaking on the public hearing item 4.1 may do so at that time. Otherwise, everyone else is welcome to come up and speak. We do have the first speaker requesting advanced speaking is Terry Raines, followed by Deborah Mariscal.
Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster. I'm in the Citizens Academy with our great police department again tonight, so I can't be here for the public hearing, but I am providing council copies of an online petition with 160 signatures opposing placing the Quan Chi Monument in any city park as my testimony. The overall footprint was only downsized 13%, still a gigantic eyesore. Council members Doe and Ho should recuse themselves in the spirit of SB 1439 for accepting campaign contributions over $250 from QTMC members. Friday is Veterans Day, and once again, our city is doing nothing to honor our veterans other than trying to shove an unwanted monument into Freedom Park. Shame on Westminster. The current warrant register item 3.2 for just 2 weeks totals a whopping 1.863 million. Council, do you review the registers? Great to see progress on the strategic plan for achieving financial stability, item 5.1. I know staff will do a thorough job of researching and implementing these ideas one by one. As a senior on a fixed income, I support item 5.2, the grocery assistance program, as part of a larger vision to incentivize residents to shop in Westminster. But food items are not taxable, so there won't be much of an economic impact other than the non-food items purchased with groceries. I have been hounding staff about putting together a program that will benefit residents and all of our small businesses, not just wealthy auto dealer franchises. Council should not have accepted the approved the auto rebate program, especially not with leases, used cars, and businesses included. Councilman Doe not only received a $500 campaign contribution from Lexus, he received a $2,000 contribution from OC Auto Dealers Association on October 19th, just 1 week before the vote. But He didn't disclose that and flat out refused to recuse himself on the vote in the spirit of AB 1439. Doe has publicly touted that ethics mean doing the right thing, even if it means going beyond what is required by the law, yet he fails to practice what he preaches. I have concerns with item 7.1. One, why is the option to appoint by district only for the planning commission? It should be all or none. Two, not addressed are the many inconsistencies in the nomination, appointment, and removal of members by individual council members versus the council body. Park commissioners are appointed and can be removed by individual council members. Planning commissioners are only nominated by individual council members, but are appointed and, if necessary, removed by a council majority. Traffic commissioners are not even revised here, are appointed by the council with no mention of nomination by individual members or how they can be removed. Codes must be consistent to avoid confusion and legal challenges. Three, why doesn't council interview applicants like other cities do? Four, no to arbitrary qualification requirements for planning commissioners. We already have a hard time finding people to serve. Council, do your due diligence on applicants and interview them all first. We do not want sleazy developers or planners as commissioners. Five, do not disband the Citizens Oversight Committee or Commission on Aging. Six, either use or disband the Personnel Board. If it stays, go with staff's recommendations. And seven, yes to removing alternates and changing the name of the Parks Commission, which I have been pushing for forever. In summary, this item needs a lot more work before approval. Initial election results, good and bad. Thank you, Westminster voters, for passing Measure Y by an even larger margin than SS in 2016. Woohoo! But Councilman Nguyen as our next mayor is bad news, as is carpetbagger Nam-Quan Nguyen winning District 4. Their campaign tactics were questionable and focused solely on their Vietnamese supporters. They will just continue the same status quo BS going forward. They will not represent all residents fairly, and they will not move the city forward. I can literally smell the corruption from here. The good news is Tree-Ta is out of here. Ta-ta-ta. Sacramento will eat you alive. You will continue to be in a huge embarrassment and detriment to constituents. You brought not one concrete positive change to this city in 16 years, and you're going to continue to be a dead weight up in Sacramento. You only won because Deidre did not submit a candidate statement for the voter guide. That huge mistake cost us all. How will Charlie and Nam-Quan even function without Tree? Godfather Van Tran and his gang will continue to control and direct them, of course. Taito, you finished dead last in the mayor race, and you will leave this council on a low note. You became such a huge disappointment to so many in your last year in office, and that sadly will be your legacy. Kimberly Ho, will you really resign now that Charlie has won the mayor's seat, giving a big middle finger to your constituents? And finally, I'm hoping John Dentel overtakes Amy West and wins District 1. He is only 71 votes down as of 5 p.m. today. And Amy continues to ignore, insult, and block constituents. She refuses to answer questions and does not even know or care about Westminster issues at all. She's bad news. Voters need to vet candidates and not vote blindly along party or ethnic lines. Even with Measure Y funds, this city's future is bleak with these incompetent fools
Time's
on
up.
council.
The next speaker is Deborah Mariscal.
Good evening, Deborah Mariscal, Westminster. Congratulations, Mayor. Congratulations, Charlie. The rest of the council. Our fabulous police department. I'm also in the Citizens Academy, so I'm not able to stay. So obviously, Councilmember Doe, when you first came, you pushed ethics, right? And we were able to get an ethics documentation for the council. As an insurance agent, I have to take an ethics class every 2 years to keep my license, 4 hours. Really, really important, in my opinion, to be morally and ethically sound. As Terry said, 2 of you accepted donations from people that are on the Monument Committee. In my opinion, that makes any vote that you have conflict of interest. And I would agree that you should abstain or recuse yourself. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tony Bowie.
Good evening, Mayor Tita. Good evening, City Council members. I'm Tony Bui. As you know, I've been resident of Westminster for more than 20 years. So I'm concerned about the growth of our city. That's why I came here every 2 weeks, every time you have a meeting, to raise my concern about the body of government that make our city thriving and growing, because this is the government, small government for the people, by the people, and of the people. That is the foundation, and I hope that all of you have to adhere to that principle. And in the past years, I saw some of you get out off the track of that. And that is why I came here to tell you that you, all of you, whoever want to serve for our city has to have capability, efficiency, honesty, and trustworthy. And the last election, we saw that Mayor Chita will be advanced to be Assembly of District 70. And congratulations to you. This shows that you have been working hard. You get the trust of the people to vote for you. And also Council Member Charlie Nguyen, he is now running for the mayor and he has won the seat. Congratulations to your hard work, and you get the trust from the people. And we have two members, City Council Member Ho, you failed the race because you get off the track and you did not show that you are capable to work for the people and help the people. And all of your work in the past is not efficiency. And it has West our city, around city taxpayer, around $400,000 when you advocate for Measure C. And that is the money that I wish the people will keep asking you to repay to our city budget. However, you failed, you were not elected by the people of Westminster, and you know that you have get on the TV, radio, and tell the people that if I do not win the mayor position, I will resign from city council position. I think that you should adhere to what you wish, and you should go and start sending resignation letter to all of the city people so that we can have show you the way out and will minimize the damage to the city council budget. Because what? Because the next item that we are going to talk about is Quán Trì Monument number 2 has been dragging for too many months and almost 2 years. And every time we have the discussion, it lasts for almost a couple hours. And you know, every time people come here, it costs the city more than $10,000, and it has been more than 20 meetings. That is $200,000 just discussing the location of the monument. So now I came here I heard that a lot of our American people and veterans, they want to put the monument in the memorial big family. There is a memorial park and put it there so that our city will not incur many costs or many liability. That is what is my concern. Follow the American people. dream. They have a list of 500 people wishing that. Oh, thank you.
Next, we will move on to Zoom. The first speaker is Amy Walsh. You may begin speaking. Hello, Amy.
Okay, there it is. It wasn't letting me unmute myself. It was, the little box didn't show up. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. It's the audio tonight. It's cutting a lot of you guys in and out, and we're not, it's cutting people off when they're talking. So I just throwing that out there real fast.
Thank you for letting us know.
No problem. And it was doing it last meeting too, just so you guys know, on top of that. Sorry. So I wanted to say a couple things. And I had it pulled up on my iPad, and now my iPad is doing Zoom and it won't let me look. So I think it's 5.2 maybe, where it's talking about the funds for the gift cards for groceries. I definitely want to say thank you to Councilmember Nguyen for bringing that up and being insistent about it being brought back on the agenda for tonight. I think that's a great start, and I hope that Mr. Nguyen, that you will keep moving with that and make it more of a maybe quarterly thing, if not maybe eventually monthly, or expanding on that in some way, because it is a huge concern right now. So many things I want to say in regards to the monument. I say it every time, and I'll keep saying it. I really just don't think it needs to happen at all. At this point,
Amy, excuse me, this item will come back up as a public hearing if you wish to
oh,
make your comments at
shoot,
that time.
sorry. Yeah, I
It's
forgot.
okay.
I forgot. My bad. I'll speak on that later. I really worry, I'm happy that the Measure Y passed, but I really am worried about the possibility of 3 of these council members. Oh God, I can't even believe that I'm gonna say this. Amy West and M. Coughlin. I feel like the citizens have done their due diligence and gotten the measure to pass, and thank God that the city will be fiscally responsible, or not responsible. Let me rephrase that: the fiscally stable. But I don't think that putting it in these people's hands is a good thing either. So I'm hoping that maybe the outgoing council can, I don't know, put some safeguards in place so that, when some of the idiots come on, they don't take the city down a deeper rabbit hole. I'm just throwing that out there. Please do something to safeguard the city before you leave. And God, Christine, my prayers are with you and every one of the administration of the city, the police chief. I mean, that's all I have to say. Again, thank you, Charlie, for this last meeting, and hoping that you will move forward with that as well. And that's all.
Mayor, there's no one else raising their hand at this time on Zoom, and that concludes the additional speakers that we have are for a public hearing, and that concludes the speakers. Oh, excuse me, somebody just raised their hand. Camila Overbeek. You may begin. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Sorry, I had walked away and then she finished. Anyways, good evening, Council. Camilla Overbeek. I come to you tonight because the City of Westminster often does proclamations, or we denounce certain things such as communism and things of that nature. And I'm not sure if this council and or our police department are aware, but in recent weeks, the South Vietnamese heritage flag has been used repeatedly amongst white nationalists and hate groups, with the likes of Arthur Shaper. And if you don't know who he is, please look him up. The Southern Poverty Law Center has an entire article written about him, and he's also very well associated with known insurrectionists, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, you name it, he does it. So I'm asking for this council to consider a proclamation denouncing hate groups. And I think that it would be really important, and it would make a good stand for the City of Westminster to do it, considering we are the heart of Little Saigon. And that's all. I just don't think that the South Vietnamese flag needs to be associated with hate groups. And I would really appreciate if this council would consider denouncing them. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and that concludes the oral communications at this time.
Thank you so much. Next, we have consent calendar. No matter listener, consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless member city council or staff request that specific item be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion.
I move to approve.
Second.
Yep, so we have the motion second to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you. And that motion to approve the consent calendar as presented is, the original motion is made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0, Mayor.
Yes, and next item, public hearings. I'd like to open public hearing. Item 4.1, consideration revised architectural plan of Wang Chi Monument with reduced dimension and potential location. So, City Clerk, is any way that you can read the rule of public hearing, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the public hearing item agenda 4.1. Anyone wishing to speak on this public hearing may speak at this time. We do have a list of speakers. The speakers will have 5 minutes to speak. Any person wishing to address the council that has not already submitted a form, please do so at this time.
All right, so first, may I have a staff report? Oh, please translate. Yes, thank you. Why doesn't work?
Đây là lúc mà chúng ta sẽ có cuộc thảo luận bởi cái tài 4.1 trên nghị trình, đó là cái đề tài về việc giảm kích thước và chọn chỗ cho cái tượng đài quản trị.
All right, so may I have a staff report?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and members of the public. The item before you tonight is a public hearing regarding the potential location for the Quang Tri Monument.
If we can have PCTA assist, please.
For purposes of everyone at home, please bear with us. We're experiencing difficulties.
It's not, it doesn't allow me to quit. All right, well, we'll do it this way. Hang on. Sorry about that. There you go.
Just a moment before we present, we need to make sure that PCTA, oh, never mind. Thank you. It's on broadcast now.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the public. The item before you tonight is the public hearing regarding the potential location and reduction of size for the Quang Tri Monument. This is the depiction of the monument that was approved several months ago by council. And this is the front panel with the additional emblems representing the United States as directed by, with the additional ones from the United States as directed by council to add. So that is all remaining the same, the look of the monument. As directed by the City Council at the September 14th meeting, tonight's public hearing is to consider a potential location and revised architectural plans for the monument. The two locations being reviewed tonight are the Mayor Morin Community Building, formerly Heritage Park, and Sid Goldstein Freedom Park. Staff met with the Quang Tri Committee Chair and Vice Chair on Tuesday, October 4th, to discuss the details of the direction from the City Council. At that meeting, staff advised that to be reasonably accommodated without creating significant impacts to the site at Mayor Morin, which is 3 parking spaces at the west end of the parking lot, the project could be no larger than 20 feet by 27 feet. Just a little history on that site where the Mayor Morin building is now. It's located at the northwest corner of Beach Boulevard and Hazard Avenue. It was formerly known as Heritage Park. That lot now consists of office space, the community meeting room with restrooms, and a parking lot of 33 spaces. The general plan and the recreation facilities master plan no longer identify that location as park space. The Quang Tri Monument Committee met on Monday, October 17th, and approved revised architectural plans for the monument that are being presented this evening. It should be noted these do exceed the 20 by 27 size constraints staff identified for the Mayor Morin building location. So with that, I will turn it over to Jake No, our Public Works Director, who will go over the details of the plan and specifics on the locations.
Thank you, Vanessa. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the council members. On July 13, 2022, the City Council approved the monument with the following dimensions. Staff created these graphics based on the approved architectural plans to make them easier to follow. The base of the statue is 20 feet by 11 feet and 6 feet high. The wall is 20 feet long, 4 feet wide or thick, and 13 feet high. The pagoda on top of the wall is 5.5 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 8 feet high. The Arvin Marine statue on top of the base, each one is about 6 feet high. The rubble under the Arvin Marines are 2 feet high. The flagpole in the middle of the Marines is 8 feet high or 2 feet higher than the statue. The overall concrete footprint, if you look at the graphic, the drawing on top, is 34 by 30 feet with a half circle with 4-foot radius in front of the monument for the total of 1,070 square feet. On October 17, 2022, the Quantry Monument Committee approved and recommended the revised monument with the following reduced dimension. The base of the statue is 16 feet by 11 feet by 5 feet high. The wall is 16 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 10 feet high. The pagoda on top of the wall is 5.5 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 4.5 feet high. The Marines stay the same as 6 feet high each. The rubble is one foot high. The flagpole stay the same as 8 feet high. The overall concrete footprint of the monument is now 24 feet by 37 feet for a total of 888 square feet. So staff put a dimension for both designs side by side. So as you can see, the base of the statue has been reduced 20% in length and 17% in height. The wall has been reduced 33% in length and 23% in height. The height of the pagoda on top of the wall is lower 44%. The rubble underneath the statue has been reduced in half, and the overall concrete footprint is 17% less. It's about 182 square feet. So for the location, if the Merriam Warren Building location is selected, the site of the monument has to be reduced significantly, or the wall should be removed from the approved design in order to fit in the area of 20 by 27 feet, shows on the left side on this slide, without causing major impact to that site. If Sid Goldstein Freedom Park is selected, the proposed monument can be placed at the southwest corner of the park. This location, the monument is separated and away from the main statue of the Vietnam War Memorial, the kiosk, the Heroes Monument, and the Parasail Monument. The highest point of the proposed monument is 14.5 feet high. The main statue of the Vietnam War Memorial is 15 feet high. So the proposed Quantry Monument is still 1/2 foot lower than the main statue. In addition, the ground elevation at the proposed locations for the monuments is 2 feet lower than the ground elevation of the main statue. Therefore, the proposed monuments will be 2.5 feet lower than the main statue of the Vietnam War Memorial. So tonight, staff recommends the mayor and the council to consider to provide direction regarding the revised monument with the reduced dimensions as approved and recommended by the Quantry Monument Committee on October 17, 2022, and the location of the Quantry Monument at either Merriam Warren Community Building, formerly known as Heritage Park, or at Sid Goldstein Freedom Park. That concludes staff report.
Thank you so much for your report. So right now, I think that Mayor City Council, do you have anything for staff before I open for public comments? All right, so open for public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. We did have one person request to speak in advance, but she's not currently here. The next speaker is Michael Bettalingia, and followed by Debbie Johnson.
Good evening, council members. It's me again, and I'm back here to complain about the memorial again. Even with the smaller size that the committee decided they could maybe squeeze that into Sid Goldstein Park a little easier, it's still big. There's absolutely no reason for that memorial to go to Sid Goldstein Park. Westminster Memorial Park had offered to allow this thing to be placed over there. It's a perfect spot for it. Over on that side of the Memorial Park, which has a very large Vietnamese cemetery there, those that served in the Vietnamese military forces and have since passed away, a lot of them are buried over there, as well as their family members. It's a perfect place for this memorial. Sid Goldstein Park is not. We already have the Vietnam War Memorial over there, which is perfect. It's in a good place. It's Central City. We have the other two Vietnamese memorials over there. Sid Goldstein was a true American hero who won the Distinguished Service Cross, which is the second highest award for military valor. He served during World War II. He also served during Korea. So those two wars right there are represented by Sid and his name and his legacy. The Vietnam Memorial honors those American allies and Vietnamese members who fought for that country. One of the things I noticed about your memorial, on the lower left, I see the Marine emblem, I see the Army emblem, I see the Navy emblem, and I see the Air Force emblem. What's missing? Members of the US Coast Guard fought and died over there. There's nothing there for them, so you're basically ignoring my beloved Coast Guard on this memorial. And I take that personally. I have a lot of friends whose names are on the memorial in DC who died over there. Both of my sons-in-law are former Marines. And tomorrow's their birthday, 247 years. But you really do need to see about putting this memorial at Westminster Memorial Park. There's plenty of room over there. There's a large Vietnamese cemetery over there. There's members of the Vietnamese community go to that place 7 days a week to honor their ancestors and their departed family members there. This would be perfect. It's not going to cost the city any money. We're not going to have to worry about funds that need to get approved by the council for upkeep. You really do need to consider this and get away from either putting it at, well, you can't put it at Warren. It's too big for that area. Don't put it at Sid Goldstein Park, because what you're trying to do almost appears that you're trying to erase that man's legacy. And if I was a member of the Jewish faith, I would be slightly concerned about that, because it would appear to me, is there an anti-Semitic approach to this? I have Sid Goldstein's daughter sitting with me, and she's going to address you next, but I wanted to get my views out there. And I know you guys are probably getting tired of me standing up here complaining about this, but please reconsider and don't put it over at that park. There really isn't enough room. And let's try to keep our parks open for everybody in the community to go there and enjoy with their families, take their kids there, and they can explain to their children what these memorials are for and what they represent. Thank you.
The next speaker is Debbie Johnson, followed by Boland.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Johnson. I've lived in the city of Westminster since 1961. I'm speaking in the development surrounding the Sid Goldstein Freedom Park. As the daughter of the man the park is named after, I am particularly concerned about its future. My father, Major Sid Goldstein, was a true American hero. February 1945, he was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, the second highest military decoration awarded in all of the United States. While leading a small force of infantrymen near the Italian town of Santa Margherita, he single-handedly captured 67 German soldiers. He would later be awarded the Italian Cross of Valor for breaking through the Gothic line and liberating Florence, Italy. Following his time in the United States Army, my father remained active in Veterans Affairs and other civic events until his death in 2002. My father represented soldiers with the Purple Heart, Army infantry, World War II, Korean War, Jewish war veterans, and members of the Legion of Valor, soldiers that had earned the 3 highest medals awarded in the United States. My father dedicated his life to service to the city of Westminster, Orange County, the state of California, and this nation. On behalf of veterans, I would like to ensure that the honor to our veterans is forever preserved. My parents lived in Westminster since 1961. My husband and I still reside in the city of Westminster. The city graciously chose to dedicate the park to the memory of my father in gratitude for his heroism, service to the city of Westminster, service to his country, and service to veterans. Since the park opened in 2007, its centerpiece and most stunning feature has been the 2 11-foot bronze soldiers, which honor all Americans and South Vietnamese who fought in the Vietnam War. The 2 soldiers standing side by side overlook an eternal flame in a fitting tribute to the countless sacrifices made by those who fought to preserve freedom and democracy in Vietnam. In recent years, 2 additional monuments paying tribute to the South Vietnamese military have been added to the park as well. Now, some members of the Westminster City Council are pushing for the addition of the Quang Tree Monument. I strongly oppose this effort and ask the City Council to reconsider moving forward with this project. While I commend the bravery of the South Vietnamese who fought in the battle, I do not believe Sid Goldstein Freedom Park is the appropriate location for such a monument. The less than 1.45 acre park is already home to 3 monuments: a child's play area, a picnic area, tables, and restrooms. Any addition to the park threatens to distract from its centerpiece and message. As the inscription so poignantly says, it is sometimes said that heroes are hard to find. People who understand the meaning of duty, honor, and country need to look no further than those who fought for freedom and democracy. If the Quang Tree Monument goes through as planned, how many more monuments will the city approve and place in the park? The park was never intended to house multiple monuments. Any attempt to further tear up the landscape at Sid Goldstein Freedom Park belittles my father's legacy and disturbs what is a sanctuary for American and Vietnamese veterans of the war. Again, I strongly urge the Westminster City Council to end their efforts to add the additional monument to the park. Remember, let's honor our veterans on this Veterans Day. Be thankful and fly our flag. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bolin. I don't have a first name.
Parks are really nice to have. And I mean, you know, I won't go into what the reasons for the monument is or anything like that. It doesn't really concern me. I mean, you go back in the history of America and we have lots of reasons to build, you know, big monuments and stuff like that. But the truth is, when I go out and I use these parks, I like to have a feeling that I'm in somewhere open. Hard to do in the parks of our size that we have in Westminster. And with these increasing monuments, it shrinks them. You know, you feel that you're, you know, I'm sure that the people that want to build this have the best of intentions, but it might be perceived by a lot of people like myself that this is just multimillionaires graffiti, you know, jamming down people's throats that, you know, would rather not have it there. In light of the fact that I'm understanding here tonight that they've been offered a place at the beautiful Peaks facility over there, that baffles me that they say, no, that's not good enough for us. I don't understand that at all. That's my bit.
The next speaker is Robert Harrison, followed by Debbie Schorble.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, here we are again. I'd like to start out with the truth about the Quantry Committee's creation of the depiction, already approved though. The monument is not historically accurate. It was not open to the general public. And there are far too many patches recognizing people that weren't even there and yet not recognizing people that were there. It's wrong for Westminster. I am hereby submitting a petition of signatures I personally collected for no more monuments in Sid Goldstein Freedom Park or any Westminster park. Had the assistance of Westminster residents, both American and Vietnamese, and the Vietnam War Memorial Committee. These were obtained from veterans, their families, citizens, all participants that have taken place at Freedom Park. Vietnam Veterans of America chapters, American Legion, VFW, Disabled American Veterans, the Vietnam War Memorial Committee, and Vietnamese ARVN and from all branches. All are against the desecration of the original Vietnam War Memorial and continuous changing the landscape of Freedom Park with a graveyard of Vietnamese monuments for a few selected and political and financial gain. I am submitting, along with Terry Raines, here's 186 signatures from all these veterans and people that participate there. And then I got about 65 from Conrad Gomez. As far as the reduction in dimension of the Quantry Monument, the city staff with their reports are really trying to help the Quantry Committee placement. It is still as big as a house or a large apartment and cartoonish, and presentations would destroy the recognition that has been received worldwide for Sid Goldstein's Freedom Park. This committee started to build the monument 6 months before there were any approvals, and they tried to get placement. They do not care about the cost the city of Westminster will have to bear, nor the public outrage against placement in Freedom Park. Again, I think it was mentioned a couple of times, if anybody on the city council has been involved heavy duty with the Quantry Committee, they should recuse themselves. It was stated by committee members early on that they didn't have enough funds. They were trying to get fundraising, and they were going to have to contribute monies to get the construction started 6 months before it was even approved. And they were going to have to borrow, invest money themselves, and get money from elsewhere. Council members should swear to the citizens of Westminster they have no personal involvement or investment with the Quantry Committee for all the above reasons. Placement in Westminster Memorial Park should be on the table with no cost to the city of Westminster. Whether or not, the sales tax measure, passed, but, Westminster has real concerns going forward financially. Anyway, I'm emotional. I guess, can we have integrity, truth and honesty, transparency from the city council about involvement with the Quantry Committee members? The minimum reduction in size does not affect Freedom Park or any city park placement. The monument is just too big. Westminster Memorial Park should again be placed on the table. Please recognize all American veterans, ARVNs, and all citizens who are against placement in Freedom Park. Westminster is for all citizens, all ethnicities. You should care about them all. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and also City Clerk, I know the speakers handed to you their signatures of the list of signatures of those who oppose the QT monument. Can you pass this along before you continue the next person?
Being passed along, there was only one copy submitted. We can provide copies during the meeting as well.
Then you can go ahead and continue. We just want to glance at it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Debbie Schwabel.
I'm Debbie Schwabel, and I am a 17-year resident of Westminster. Tonight, I would like to express my opinion on the Quang Tri Monument. While I think I understand the importance of what this monument means to the Vietnamese community, I don't understand how a member or members of the council could promise part of the public land for such a monument. I believe that the reason why we've gone on for 2 years arguing about this is a cultural difference. I admire the Vietnamese community. I've worked closely with them in some areas, and I admire the Vietnamese people, and I think they have good intentions on this monument, but I don't think the understanding is there how the other part of this city feels about our parks and giving up part of our public parks in order to have a monument just for a small special interest group. Everyone should have a say on this. I've heard the argument that the monument will bring tourism that will enrich the city when people come to see it, such as people staying in hotels or restaurants or shopping. And my question to you, the council, is what hotels would you stay in Westminster? What places would you go to eat? Because what I see is a city in decline. I see homelessness, I see trash. I don't see places that I would want to stay. If I were coming to visit and I were going to see Little Saigon, personally, I would go and stay at a hotel in Huntington Beach, which is a lot nicer than our city right now. And I think that speaks to where we are. To take up space in a public park when there has been land offered to us to maintain this monument in Westminster Memorial Park would be a good alternative. I don't agree that it should be in Sid Goldstein Park. I don't agree that it should be in Heritage Park. I think we're just trying to stuff it somewhere, and I don't think that that's right. I still think we ought to recognize that this is important to some of our city, and we shouldn't treat it that way. Do any of you know what type of money was generated in San Jose due to that statue being placed there? We're assuming that we're going to be getting some money from this statue, but no one has any idea how much money we're going to be getting, plus the upkeep for the city. I'm glad Measure Y passed, but I don't want to see as a resident, I don't want to see the tax money spent on that for upkeep in a public park. I feel some of the council is quick to approve things, just like the car rebate was last meeting. I believe that there were a lot of questions that weren't answered. There was a lot of reasoning that wasn't clear. And I get the feeling that some of you on the council now just have the attitude of let's just do it and see what happens. Let's not do that. Let's do better. And please listen to the voice of reason and not of emotion. Thank you.
The next speaker is Roger Mendrum.
Good evening, Roger Mendrum, resident of Westminster. As you all know, I've been at pretty much every meeting since this subject came up, including back when the original monument was axed. The original monument was axed because of historical inaccuracies, according to Councilmember Ho. But maybe Mr. Nguyen and Mr. Ta can let us know, was any of that wording changed before it got to San Jose? If it was good enough for the good people of San Jose, why wasn't it good enough for here? It was big considerably, but it would have fit probably decently in that corner of Sid Goldstein Park where you actually had a groundbreaking ceremony and everything. I think that was disgusting that that was axed in the first place. That was really bad faith. Anyways, as I've said at every single meeting, I've opposed to putting this monument in a city park. And I agree wholeheartedly with all the prior speakers tonight. Special thanks to Bob Harrison and Conrad Gomez for all of their efforts in trying to make things right and not having their own agenda. They're just trying to make things right. Thank you for Michael and Debbie Johnson for being here. That was excellent words speaking about your father. So thank you for being here on that. And since this is on the agenda, specifically with the wording of only those two locations, does that mean that you can still pick another location tonight, or are you bound to choosing those two locations? So I seriously think that 17% of a reduction in size is ridiculous. If y'all remember a few meetings ago that I brought a tape measure in from the back wall to just in front of this table right here was about 25 feet, which means from wall to wall is about 34 feet. 30 by 34, which means the reduction is probably about from here, the rest of the room. It's still huge. And you're going to try to stuff that thing in that corner of Sid Goldstein Park. Have you measured that area? Has anybody been over there and actually visualized putting that size footprint in that park? It's just such an easy no. It's always been an easy no for me. Still goes back to putting this on private land, definitely not on public land. Appreciate all the efforts from everybody to try to make things right. And if Mr. Harrison's statements that this is still not historically correct, wow, what a colossal waste of money. And if Mr. Bui was correct in his estimation of the time and money that's been spent on this, good God, do better. Next term, please do better. Thank you.
Lúc này nếu có quý vị nào trong phòng đây muốn phát biểu xin cho chúng tôi biết. Còn những quý vị đang theo dõi qua Zoom thì quý vị có thể giơ tay lên để cho chúng tôi biết là quý vị muốn phát biểu. Quý vị có thể giơ tay lên bằng cách chạm vào cái biểu tượng của lòng bàn tay trên màn hình của quý vị. Xin cảm ơn.
Mayor and council, at this time, we'll turn over to members raising their hand on Zoom. The first speaker is Amy Walsh. You may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
I have to be slower pushing the hand raise button, apparently. I don't like going first. It's so many things I want to say in such a small amount of time. Thank you, Debbie Johnson, for speaking tonight. That anyone that knows me knows I'm always an emotional person, but I have no words. I 100% back every bit of what she said tonight, council. I come from a family of veterans from all different branches of the military. Korean War, Vietnam War, as well as World War II and World War I. And I can't, a quick little blurb. I recently lost my aunt, and a bunch of people came in for her funeral a couple weeks back, and I was able to talk to one of my cousins at that time whose father served in the Vietnam War. And I kind of gave her a quick synopsis of what's going on here in Westminster with that monument. And I said, you know, what would Uncle Spud say? Yes, we called him Spud. It's a long story. He's Irish. Yeah, I know. And she said, well, we're in a church and I don't want to say because, you know, it wouldn't be good. We have Sid Goldstein Freedom Park is perfect as it is. That area that you guys are wanting to put it, that area, if you drive by there, is always being used by families, some of which are letting their kids play, some of which are there in remembrance, some of which came to have lunch and remember their loved ones. You're taking that away from the people that wanted those specific monuments already there, and the park, period. I understand and, you know, sympathize with the people that do want this monument. But I really, truly feel like it needs to go to the memorial park as well. If the way I see it too is, if anything, I would assume that the people that really, really want this monument would want it to be in the spot that it should be over the memorial park, where it doesn't have to be minimized, and let it be in the way that they want it. I just, I can't, the amount of disrespect at this point, it just staggers me. It staggers me. I cannot begin to say just how upset the last few meetings that we've had this on the agenda. I turn off the meeting, and I think the last one I actually cried because of the way that our council listens, or we think you're listening to the people that come to speak, but you're clearly not. Clearly not. Because if you were, you would understand that there is motion from both sides, not just one side. I really feel like at this point, it needs to do one of two things. Either you don't put it in there at all, or you put it over at the memorial park. That's what it comes down to at this point. And I know, Mr. Varengia, you had talked about.
Sorry, time's up.
Damn. Sorry. Okay.
The next speaker is Camila Overbeek. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council. I still don't understand why this monument needs to be as big as it is. Like, there's an entire back wall that's essentially useless. Why does it need to be there? Why can't we get rid of it? Why can't this just be a normal sized monument shrunk down to somewhere between, like, I don't know, like 10 feet by 5 feet, like, you know, 5 feet wide, 10 feet long. I don't understand why it needs to be such a monstrosity. I will never agree with putting it in Freedom Park. It doesn't belong there. And if this council can look at the daughter of Sid Goldstein sitting there in front of you after the heartfelt words she spoke and still decide to put it there, you are heartless individuals and incredibly disrespectful. All of this could have been avoided had we never gotten rid of the first one, which I wasn't a fan of then, but here we are now. But a reduction of 17%, we're still talking over 1,000 square feet. There are some houses in the city of Westminster that aren't even 1,000 square feet. So get rid of the back wall, shrink the remaining portion down by a lot, and then find somewhere else to put it. I don't know, maybe San Jose again, or some other city, somewhere on private property. But if you want it to remain as it is, then put it in the Memorial Park. But for God's sake, do not put it in Freedom Park. It doesn't belong there. Thank you.
Mayor, there are no more speakers. Oh, just a moment, Mayor, I'm sorry. Someone just raised their hand and put their hand down. Lan Mai, do you wish to speak? No, Mayor, she, or he put their hand down. So at this time, that concludes the speakers for the public hearing.
So I'd like to close public comments. First, I'd like to thank all the member of community for being here and share your comment and concerns, especially want to thank Ms. David Johnson for being here. I'm the longest member of the City Council, in the City Council for the last 16 years. Really want to thank and honor your father for his dedication, sacrifice for our freedom. Really appreciate that. I think that the Westminster community always remember and honor your father. That's why the past City Council before my time honor your father and name the park after him. So no question asked about your father. I think that he's a recommend, and I remember that. I also want to thank all the member of the Monument Committee. I believe they have a good intention. I think the only intention they have that they want to honor the sacrifice of the South Vietnamese soldier during the Vietnam War, and they did recognize the support from American ally. So I recognize that. I think that all members of City Council, I think we try to work that out, and I do recognize, I say very honestly, I do recognize that the site kind really, big. I say honestly, the committee have a good intention. However, I think that the site kind of, big. Yes. Honestly, I don't up to this point. I heard your concerns and I honor that. I appreciate that. I believe that all 5 of us, we try to work that out. We don't want to, because of the monuments of the committee can be divided. No, we don't want that. We want the committee to be united. I think that's all we want to do. I don't know. It's about the size. I honestly don't see any other park, but the size is kind of really, it's still a concern, and I recognize that. So that is my comment.
Mayor, may I go? Thank you. As I urge that that this be our final council meeting where we talk about this. We need to really move forward, and I know we've talked about it a lot, and many people have complained that we talk about it a lot, but we try to hear everybody. So when you try to hear everybody, it does take time. But while we're doing that, then we're being complained about, well, why are we spending too much time? And wanting to drag this on is not good for our city. So I think it's for those who did not tune in from the very beginning, June of 2021. For me, I stepped in simply because there was an uproar from the community. I did spend 3 hours listening to each group, the community group, the Vietnamese ARVN group, the American US group, US Veterans group, and then there's the Vietnamese Association group. So, I'm a brave person and I can tell you that no matter what, I know I can't please everybody and I apologize in advance. It is very difficult being in our situation. And I do believe that I don't do it purposely to hurt your feelings. And I hope you understand that in the interest of wanting to put this behind us and not drag it on, it's just not healthy for our city. I'm going to make some recommendations. But before I do so, I'd like to just I don't mean to be long-winded, so forgive me. I just like to be a bit thorough if I can. And sometimes I don't think I'm thorough enough. But our city, if you just so you know a little bit about our Vietnamese population, Westminster is a city known as the capital of overseas Vietnamese with 36,058 Vietnamese. 40, it represents 40.2% as of 2010. Okay, today is 2022. So I'm trying to get data that I can show you and prove to you that I can back up what I'm saying. So as of 2010, I see, and you can Google, you can see the same. So I'm not talking about just the 50 people that I see live in Westminster, with the signatures that you pass around just earlier. I looked at that. So you've got, and many others live in other cities. And I understand, but keep in mind that we are City of Westminster. We care about our citizens first and foremost. We understand that our landscape has changed prior to the Vietnamese coming here, settling here in 1980, 81. When I was a little child, I had to go to Chinatown if I wanted Vietnamese food or Asian food. Then Westminster, Little Saigon became known. And so we made a little longer drive, 70 miles one way from West LA. Our landscape has changed. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see Little Saigon. If you say, hey, I don't want anything changed, it's because, Little Saigon wasn't here. I understand that, but please keep in mind that I'm here just to try to represent everybody. And please find it in your hearts to understand that because the demographics have changed, our landscape has changed, many things changed. So I understand that while we could say that, back in the day when, et cetera, you could say that, and then we try to keep, time standing still and, but, reality is that time has changed. And so the city motto is the city of progress built on pride. I bet you if I ask 10 of you or each of you in this room, what do you find? How do you define pride? I would probably have different answers, and that's fine. And that's absolutely okay. So please, allow the Vietnamese allow everyone to express themselves. And as Vietnamese Americans settle here in the land of the free, in our city, allow them to define for themselves. What makes them prideful? As I see the faces of the Arvin, the American Vietnamese groups, as they come to their meetings and meet and design, and as they huddle and create this monument, I see their faces are full of pride. How can we deny that? When they have made this Westminster their new homeland. Again, the number in the city of Westminster is the city that is known as the capital of the Vietnamese overseas, with a number of 36,058. Every head counts, not 57, but 58. So I urge you, please. The demographics have changed, and let's all try to live in peace together. Today, I am going to make my proposal. And I'm, as I said, I didn't come here with a predetermined proposal. I'm all ears and I am listening. But before I make my proposals, I'd like to hear from everybody else, my colleagues. But what I'd like to say is that I'd like to ask our city attorney to please, when we make this decision, whatever the decision is, one of the things that I would like to do today is propose that we have an ordinance created so that there shall be I would have to say a set of rules. I don't want to say no more monuments, because monuments could be many different types, not just the war monuments or, the Vietnamese monuments or anything like that. So I'd say I'd like to have a set of rules that we would not have any more monuments except in limited circumstances. No monument should be allowed on city property that serves an important city interest, and should be 4/5 vote of the city council. If the city council approved by 4/5 vote, and they make a finding that the monument must serve the interest of the citizens of our city as a whole, including all of its people. So that is something that I'd like for you to research and bring back a reading of that ordinance. I'd like to see if we could move forward. As you know, that I did it, in the interest of the people. And I explained, and if you had followed back in June, you would understand why. If I did not put a hold on that, all I asked was for the Mayor Trita, whose name was the only, I believe you were the only person on that agenda, correct? To please work with the Arvin group, to work with the various groups, and see if you can come to conclusion with the history and make some changes, necessary changes. But your friends, rather than working together with the people I stated, you wanted to instead put our faces with a majority, go out there, you put faces, our faces, posters on a U-Haul and ran around town with it. And that was just not very professional. And so that was how we came about. But, you know, that's just a little bit of history for those who did not, were not here from the very beginning. But today I just want to say that I know that whatever decision we make today is not going to please everybody, but please in the interest of our city of Westminster and its citizens. Okay, we need to make a decision. It's going to be a tough decision, but we do need to move forward, and I urge my colleagues to please do that. So we could say that, as many of you have already stated, that we as a council approved 5550 for the last monument, the one that went to San Jose. We approved for that monument to be a certain size, certain width, certain height. Specifically, I have the width, I have the height, I have the depth. The width is 11 feet. The depth is 6.5 feet. The height is 12.5 feet. Okay. And that was the old monument. Am I wrong? You see Vanessa's eyes are popping out. But I think I did some research on that. And if I'm wrong, you know, what I want to say is that we can build, you know, this monument just to this size, to this spec, and put it in Freedom Park. And that's what we were going to do. But then I started listening to other groups, and then those groups, and then there's the US, you know, vets group, and then all of a sudden it's like there's no monument at all. So I urge that you please do not fight anymore, and please understand what my plea earlier was, please, we must live together under one blue sky. This is for the Westminster citizens. They are taxpayers. The Vietnamese Americans are taxpayers. They are the Westminster citizens, constituents, community. For 36,058 Vietnamese live here in the city of Westminster. They want this. So we could do that, or I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
All right, I want to thank Councilman Ho for your comment. I don't think that any member of the city council, you know, when we do anything, it's not like Vietnamese or non-Vietnamese. I think that I'm here for everyone in the community, and especially that this is a month of veteran. So I'm honored. So I want to honor American veteran and South Vietnamese veteran. This is what I am and how I am. The committee have a really good intention, and I appreciate that. I don't have any doubt on the monument committee. However, we have to recognize that the daughter of our hero, Miss David Johnson, she spent her time to come to the meeting. I mean, like, that means a lot to me. And I hope that that has some meaning for everyone in the community. And I said it very honestly, I'm the most senior member on this council. And this is probably my last meeting anyway. So I always look into that. The monument, I think, is an opportunity to bring everyone together. And if we cannot do that, at least we recognize, we show respect. I honestly don't really want to see that because of the monument, so the community really divided. The Vietnamese and non-Vietnamese, it doesn't make any sense. We're here for everyone. A member of the City Council, we're here to serve everyone in the city. We may not agree, however, we need to show our respect. This is really, really difficult for me, I say very honestly. I still think that Freedom Park is appropriate. However, however decide, because I think the most meaning at Sid Goldston Freedom Park is the statue, American soldier, fighting side by side with the South Vietnam soldier. That beautiful statue for my generation. I think that always the main statue at Freedom Park and all the other monument only play a role of supporting the big statue. It's not like we have the other additional monument, so we get all the attention to the new big monument. I said very, very honestly at the bottom of my heart, you may disagree with that, but I mean like Sid Goldston Freedom Park. Why our city really popular? Because of the statue, we had that almost 20 years ago. So the other monument add on the park must be like smaller scale. And all the monument, we look up to the big, beautiful statue. And that's what I meant to do. That's why, I'm the one who initiate many other small monuments. But my philosophy, my principle is always the big statue of American soldier fought side by side with South Vietnamese soldier. That's what I love to see. But I totally honor and respect your father. Yeah, so really want to thank you for being here. At the same time, I want to honor the sacrifice of South Vietnamese soldier. So I don't know, this is the month of veteran. Honestly, I don't know that there is our city council. We want to come up with a decision that the community continue to be more divisive. Are we going to have the option? We're going to pause. We go to look into it. And we ask for more support, more agreement from members from the community. This is the month of veteran. So that is my comment.
Somebody want to say anything? Well, it's just like I feel like a Groundhog Day. It's just in a time loop. Every time we have a council meeting about Quan Tri Monument, which is the same conversation we hear again and again and again and again and again. So I hope this is going to be the last council meeting, so we don't get stuck in that time loop. Defer to the next meeting. The election is over. Every council member feel free to cast their votes without worry about the consequences of the vote. I just want to remind the council as well as the resident of Westminster, the reason we have formed the Quan Tri Monument last year because there was no community involvement. So we formed a committee, Retaken Quan Tri Monument Committee, and then we also picked I believe Vice Mayor Manzo proposed that we're going to have a committee to pick a public park to build that monument, not Freedom Park. So the reason we do that because we did not want to build a monument Freedom Park. I don't understand why now it's become an issue. And my stand was, yes, this is what we agree as a council. We're not going to build in Freedom Park. We're going to pick a public park and build it. So, right now at this point, I still, that's what my intention. I'm going to support to have this monument built in a park, public park, not City Goldstein, because that was the original agreement that we have as a majority of the city council. So, but let's make a decision today. I mean, the last meeting I already talked about. I mean, there's so much division. You can tell by who's supporting, who's not supporting the project, and let's finish it tonight. You want to build, approve it, pick a place. You want to cancel it, whatever the council, the majority of the city council want to do, just make a decision. Just make a decision. I think the community is so tired of coming every time, give the same speech. And, the council.
Excuse me, sir. Can we let a council member go to finish his comments?
And the council have, people come up asking questions, draw out, conflicts, just inviting confrontation, and just, it's not healthy. No more time loop, no more, just make a decision tonight. So I just want to give the floor to the rest of the council who hasn't got a chance to speak before we making a recommendation. Thank you.
Oh, I guess I'm next. I'm sure you guys know how this has been a difficult subject. It hasn't been easy for all our residents in Westminster, including all council up here. I remember that there was a time, once upon a time, in probably 2006-07, when a monument brought not only a whole city together, but people from all around our country united to build a statue of freedom, a statue that should show the courage and the sacrifice of all allied forces helping to liberate, to spread democracy in South Vietnam. That statue brought everybody together. And that was a time that everybody in Westminster can be proud of, something that we did here. And like the mayor said, that statue, everybody knows where that statue is. It's here in our city of Westminster. I see the signatures there that were collected. There's some from Westminster, but there's also some from outside the city. But I can guarantee you that people from all around come to Westminster to see that statue. So to say that we should only be concerned from Westminster residents I think that's disrespectful, because I know folks from, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure maybe the mayor and Councilmember Nguyen know that I'm sure we get some visitors from San Jose to come and visit our city and visit our great monument that we have here. So it's not just for Westminster residents. That statue brought everybody together. And that's what we should be working on. It's very sad that this proposed statute has divided our already divided city even further. Unfortunately, I've witnessed our many different residents in our city continue to get divided even more. And I know that even a lot of Vietnamese Westminster residents are divided. I can't understand why we have so much division even in the Westminster, the Vietnamese Westminster residents. That to me is just, I can't understand that. I don't want to be a part of continue to be divided, division in our city. I did not want it to come to this way. When this originally started, I was concerned from the calls that I was getting from, the original proposed statute from the Quang Tri Victory Foundation, of all that it was inaccurate, there was no community participation, and I keep replaying in my head, what could I have done different? Should I have done something different? And I keep thinking to myself, would I have done the same thing all over again, considering what has happened, almost a year and a half now that it's been? And I don't know if I would have done anything different. I wish that the Quang Tri Victory Foundation probably, the best scenario was that they could have all got together and worked this out. But that didn't happen. And then all the veterans from both sides, South Vietnamese urban veterans and American Vietnam veterans calling, emailing for us to do something. Would I have done something different? I don't know if I would have. Then I would have ignored all those folks who were calling and with their concerns. I don't know. But this definitely has gone gone in a pace it shouldn't have. So much time has gone by to reflect on the situation, and I know that I'm an open book, as many of you know. I second guess myself from everything that's happened from then till now. But I don't know, it's been so difficult. But now, looking at it, like I've mentioned before, I understand that QT committee does not want to really redesign and really kind of consolidate and make it smaller. I've spoken and I got messages from some Vietnamese American folks who say that it really isn't a cultural thing to have it at Westminster Memorial Park. So I'm getting mixed signals here. This is all new to me, so I would not know. I'm just taking folks' word from it that's what it is. Some people tell me it is against the culture. Some people tell me it's not. So, I'm kind of left to kind of guess, who do I believe? If the Quang Tri committee does not want to sacrifice and change the monument, why not just do it install it at the Memorial Park, where you could, they correct me if I'm wrong, Jake, they originally they were willing to take the monument at its original size before this amendment, correct? They were willing to take that and maintain it and everything, correct?
That was correct. That was a discussion that we had with them, and that's what they're willing to do that.
So if the committee is not willing to reduce the size more, I agree with the mayor on this one. That it's still way too large, still way too large. And again, that's one of the things that I second guess myself, that that I voted to approve that design way back when. I don't even know when it was, but that's another thing that I keep second guessing myself on. And probably, if I'm thinking back on it, I probably should not have voted for that size. But for me, it's live and learn. I apologize to the committee for that I should not have voted for that approval. the original size way, the monster, the huge
But-
34.
But they've changed it like 3 times.
Yeah, but still too large.
Is it-
So I'm asking the committee, the QT committee, either drastically reduce the size as, if you don't want to reduce the size, excuse me, sorry, and just place it at Westminster Memorial Park and that's it. Right now, our city is always placed a burden, a financial burden. Always, we always somehow find ways to spend more money that we don't have. Somehow, it's some way, we just keep frivolously spending money that we don't have. And we cannot keep doing that. And some days when it come back and bite us in the butt, cannot keep doing that. Not to say this again, but the current 1% that we're collecting from the Measure SS, it's not letting our city do anything productive. All it is just letting us operate. The approval of continuation is going to just keep doing the same as it was before. As a matter of fact, it's going to do less because prices are going up, everything's going up, staff expenses are going up. So if anybody has ideas to beautify this or beautify that, forget it. None of that's ever going to happen in this city, ever, because we just do not have the funds for it. If we don't have grant funding for it, it's not going to happen. If we don't find ways to start moving our city forward, our city is going to stay stagnant forever. We've had an economic boom in our country, and Westminster hasn't seen any of it. And that's a fact. Just drive through other cities and you'll see them progressing. Our city is very, very minimal. We had the Westminster Crossing and that was great. And we're never going to see street improvements, in any kind of green streets or anything, nothing, unless it's if we find grants. So we got to stop spending money we don't have. The Westminster Memorial Park agreed to take it and maintain it. I don't understand what the issue is. So I'm sorry, but I cannot support placing this at any public park and not a Freedom Park. Can't keep compounding, the issue as far as mistakes that are made and just saddling our residents with burdens that we don't need, that they don't need. So that's it. That's my suggestion to the QT committee, to put it at Memorial Park.
Okay, I will put in a few words. As you know that it has been all along that I said that I support these projects. And I truly believe that our staff, as well as the committee, the QT committee, they have wholeheartedly working on these projects. There's no doubt that they have a good intention for it. But at the same time, it's been all along that I said that this monument is too big for placement in any public parks. I don't care where, but it's very, very big. Not only that, once we place the monuments, I'm sure there will be celebrations, celebration after celebration, at least yearly event are going to happen. And we are, at the same time, we need to consider the people who live along, around there. So we have to take that into consideration too. Although I see some effort in revising it, but to me, to be honestly speaking, that is still too large. I don't see that there is a way that, we've been talking about this a lot. We've been convincing the committee to try to reduce it. And I think that we have been talking about this over and over and over again. To this point, the revised structure provided to us today at today's meeting is still too big. And to be honest with you, I can't support, with the projects to be placed in the public parks when there are so many people opposed to that. Serving the people in the communities, I have to listen to everyone. And, if there are concerns, obviously I have to take into consideration. At this point here, I don't think that, I still think that the monuments is too large. And I'm not going to support that.
All right, so I may ask some members of the council. We also recognize that the community kind of oppose the monument, but the member of the QT monument, they have been working really hard for the last probably 2 years. Do we have the option that we give the monument committee one more chance to reduce the size? The city council, have a consideration that see it goes in Freedom Park, but the main idea is a statue is still, I think, is still a wreck symbol of our city. And many other monuments need to be a smaller scale. I believe that Mr. David Johnson would able to accept that, and I please ask you to accept that. No, I know that you oppose that. I know that you oppose that, but I still have a right to ask. Yeah, so I ask the city council, to give the committee one more chance to redesign.
Can I would propose that we're gonna go with the smaller size. Smaller size, well, the location is gonna be at Westminster Park. All costs gonna be incurred by gonna pay for by the community, including maintenance, annual maintenance. It's been going on for so long.
I'm sorry, what size?
Smaller side, we just propose, just redesign, reapprove, right? It's the small.
It hasn't been approved. That's what we're talking about tonight. So
Okay.
it's being presented.
Okay.
No, what he meant was the approved by the QT committee.
Approved by the QT committee, presented to you.
So it's
tonight.
smaller. Okay, so we're gonna go with the smaller size, and location gonna be Westminster Park. And cost for the construction as well as annual maintenance is gonna be paid for by the community. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but the community gonna figure out a way to do it. So there's no cost to the city. There's no annual maintenance costs. The city gonna perform the maintenance, and then the community has to pay for that. And that's my proposal.
I have a question for that. When you say that you propose to have the monument placed at the Tony Parks, and you ask the community to pay for it, have the community, the committee or community already discussed about it, or they agree to that?
It's not Tony Lum Park, just so you know, Westminster Park. And the community as well, the QT committee gonna figure out a way to pay for it, as well as the maintenance costs.
But if that's the case, you can't approve it today because tonight meeting, because the committee have to go and discuss about it and agree and approve before they present it to the council.
But
No,
does the QT, the community have a nonprofit, they already form a nonprofit, am I correct? Just a second here.
yes,
Yeah, okay, so and then they in the process of raising fund, am I correct? Okay, so this is all legal, up to par? So there shouldn't be a problem. So if the council agree, I mean, feel free to modify the motion or and vote. If you don't, then somebody second it and then make a decision. I mean, this is going on for too long. I mean, this is not a game. You think it's a game? It's not. I mean, people are so tired, those who oppose and those who support. I mean, people are so tired. Just make a decision.
yeah.
I mean, it it sounds like a game to. I know. I'm sorry. I mean, the monument that was moved to San Jose. I mean, there was no community involvement. We have so much community involvement right now, and I think that's fair. I think that's it's not perfect. It's not the best. But it show effort that put into it for a long time. So let's end this tonight. You don't want it, just vote no. I mean, the election is over. There's no need to hold back. I mean, the reason we should have made this decision several meetings ago, but because of the November election, member community of the city council push it back and defer it to today. I think that's ridiculous. Make a decision. So that's my motion.
Before I'd like to say something, as I stated earlier. Okay, if you think a decision to have the same size monument, the same size as the first one, the one that was approved, 5-0, okay, to be put in at Sid Goldstein, then that's what we do. But when we give an opportunity for everybody to work together and come up with a compromise, this is what happened. We would like to, I would, in the interest of compromising, I will second that. Okay.
If maybe I could clarify a motion based on what you said. Correct me if any of this is incorrect. A motion to approve the smaller size that is currently being proposed for the monument to be placed in Westminster Park, the placement being contingent upon the Quang Tri nonprofit signing an agreement with the city that provides that all costs for construction and all annual maintenance would be incurred by the committee. So, and that no construction would even begin until they had signed that agreement. And potentially one thing I would propose, if you're going to go that route, would be that all estimated costs shall be paid in advance for a minimum of blank years. So maybe 5 years in advance would have to be paid. That's just something I'm throwing out there as a potential motion based on what you said.
The annual maintenance should be paid annually. I think this should be appropriate. Just annually,
So
yes.
that's the motion.
Just to clarify, we're talking about Westminster Park, not Westminster Memorial Park. Okay.
Westminster Park.
That was the agreement. That's why we have formed the committee, because back then we have members of city council was facing a recall effort of the residents, and we were so hot and heavy, propose and approve it very quickly. Now it seems like a change of heart. So I still maintain my promise. I'm gonna support and approve it in a public park. So
can I remind Councilmember Doe, that the agreement or the proposal and the action of this city council was to move this, have the Parks and Rec Commission recommend the locations. It wasn't a recommendation from this council. This council did not come up with the location. The Parks and Rec Commission gave us 3 options, 3 recommendations. One of them was, and the one that they recommended the most was Westminster Memorial Park. That was the action of the council, to have the commission decide, have the commission recommend to the council. So Westminster Park was never part of it. It was never spoken of. It was the commission who recommended.
I believe that the intention was for the Park and Recreation Committee committee of this city to look at the parks that belong to the city. So it wouldn't be looking at private parks or private land or anything like that. So they can only look at public parks, parks that belong to us, parks that we own, land that we own. So
Yeah, that's
No,
correct.
I do have a second, my second motion. I wanted to clarify. I just want to say that I second Councilman Taido's recommendation at Westminster Park, and for the smallest size.
I have a
monument.
question. I have a question for staff. I remember that we discussed about this at Westminster Park. There were a number of issues that you stated before, including that the people who are out there, they don't want to have it placed there. Plus that you have the new exercises or new playground put in. Also, that park, we have the needy people. I don't know what you call that. And for those people who are
Challenger League.
sport champions, yeah. There are limited number of parkings, if I remember correctly. According to what I remember, there are a number of issues that if we place the monument there. That was the reason why, staff was given direction to go back and look for a different, facility or different public parks. Now we are bringing back and say that we are going to place this at that park. Are we having a problem or the problem gone away?
Nothing has changed from those reports that we had.
With that, I assume that the problem still exists. Am I correct?
Correct. All the facts that
Thank
are
you.
still existing.
Like I said, that there are still, I support this project as, again, it's just like it's repeated, but I think that if we rush ourselves, we're going to make a decision. I know that you guys want to end it today. My take is that, if we really think about these projects, doesn't matter how long it will take to do it. We need to put our head together. We need to do our diligent with the community outreach to make sure that we have, we have to eliminate the division. At the end of the day, either we can do it or we can, just scrap. So I don't feel if I have to cast my vote today, the problems still exist. You heard it from the staff. Is, I don't feel comfortable to vote yes when I know there are problems. I would make a substitute motion at this point. Number one, we probably have their committee to go back and see if they can redesign to make it smaller size. I don't know. It's been talking along for so long. I don't think that's probably possible. But in the midst of, number one, the mayor said earlier that we are in the month of, veterans. And here we are trying to fight with each other about this. I don't feel comfortable with that. At the same time, we are in the midst, the election is just over. We are in the midst of outgoing council and incoming councils. And it's not fair for the incoming council to endure the problem, not the problem, the decision that we make today. So my substitute motion is to see if staff can work with the committee, the QT committee, and bring this item back at the new council meeting. I don't know how long it will take to do that, but I rather do that instead of voting today.
Councilmember Nguyen, I just some comments on that. I think we've witnessed that if that's your wish, then unless you give them parameters of numbers that they must follow, we're just going to continue to keep going in this circle. And I don't think they're just gonna come back and have them make it a couple more feet smaller, and we're just back to the same place. So unless if that's your route, unless you give them a specific number that they need to stay within, it's just gonna keep going and going and going.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think you are right. If we don't give them the parameters, they may come back with another one with a reduced number of, small number of square feet. I think what we need to do is to make sure that, number one, as Councilmember Doe said earlier, that we have agreement before that we are not going to put it in the Golden Park, Sid Golden Park. I don't know whether we want to go back and discuss about it. Number two, we talk about public parks, and public parks, there are so many problems with number of parks. So at this point here, I don't know if staff have any idea of where to put it, but certainly it's not going to be a Westminster Park because the problem exists. We have to solve the problem. So I don't know, if you have any other ideas. Otherwise, I would make another motion for staff to work on it to see if there is another possibility that for location, and bring it back to the new council to make a decision on that.
I say Westminster Park, you know what, it's evident that you, Councilman Nguyen, have no intention to support the project. It's been dragging out every single council meeting. I say, it's a Groundhog Day, just like that loop, that time loop, we just get stuck in that. Every single council meeting, I still hear that same song on that Groundhog Day song, every time you
I guess
speak.
you can go ahead and then speak
Yeah.
yourself, but don't accuse.
Wait, just a second, sir, just a second. So, just, you just have the courage, just vote no. Just say, hey, I don't want this project. Just trash it. Yeah, just trash it. Just
Sir,
Just let them go away.
you know, you
Just
can,
second,
we
just
can
second.
go ahead and vote it. We can go ahead and vote it and I will vote it my way. But
Okay, I understand.
don't accuse me for, you know, I've been said all along that I support these projects, but I have a reason for why I am voting the way I am voting. So don't accuse me for that. Just go ahead and if the decision, I don't know where is there is a second for my substitution. But if there is a second, then we go ahead and vote it. And you know, we can end it.
Are you done? Okay, yeah. It's just, you know, it's not a secret that you do not want to support this. So, you know, if that's the case, then just have the courage to say no, make a substitute motion and say, I want to stash this. I want to cancel this project so that everybody happy or not happy, and put at the end to it instead of sending it back. I mean, this is like how many times already? It's been going on for months and months and months. It's like a circuit every time. I mean, this is a simple thing: yes, no, maybe, or none of the above, and it keeps going on and on and on and on. You have everybody come here and speak. It's just ridiculous, and people are so tired. I mean, you know. If for you it's not, but the community, they're so tired. Look at the member of the community, they're so tired. They say, make a decision, send us home. Go big or go home. You know, instead of jerking the chain, you know, make them have hope. You know, say things that's not true. You know, your monument was moved to San Jose. And now it's an obvious reason you do not want to support this. And it's okay. You just say, hey, you know, if you have the majority to support it, just say, no, I do not support it. I get even. It's okay. It's not a problem. Just don't play this game.
Council member.
The comment. You don't
Okay,
have to respond.
thank you. Council member though, you know, I can make my comments. There's no way to stop me. Number one, I already make my motion, substitute motion, whether there is a second to my motion or not, you know, it's up to council. But if you want to make the substitute motion on my substitute motion to cancel that, you are go ahead and do it. Don't make me do it. Thank you.
Before we proceed, let me just clarify that substitute motion. There was one statement in there I wasn't clear on, but what I heard was a motion or substitute motion for staff to take the issue back to the Quang Tri Committee to see if they can redesign the monument and make it smaller. Staff and the committee should also evaluate to see if there is another possible location. And you did make a statement about Sid Goldstein Park, and I wasn't sure if was it a clear statement?
No, is it no, the decision is no for the Sid Goldstein.
That it should not go into Sid Goldstein Park. Okay. And then to bring the item back in the new year after the new council had been seated.
The reason I said that is because like Councilmember Doe said that the council decided not to did not to do it at the Sid Goldstein Park before. So I respect to the decision that we made before.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'd like to ask Councilmember Nguyen, are you willing to modify your motion? I agree that, you know, like staff asked the Monument Committee to reduce the site only one last time and bring it back for only two locations. Sid Goldstein Freedom Park and Westminster Park. Are you willing to modify that?
Well, so let me ask this question again. Have the council?
If you agree with that, so I'm willing to second. But I mean, like the site need to be reduced one last time. I mean, last time, and then bring it back, but only two locations. Sid Goldstein Freedom Park and Westminster Park.
And Westminster Park?
Yes, but only two locations.
Okay, not the Marion Park, right?
No, that's not a park. Are you willing to modify that? If you modify that, I will second. But the size need to be reduced. And I said that, you know, I try to be really.
You know, with
but only two locations. but the sign need to be reduced.
Meanwhile, staff will look into the problem for the Westminster Park that I was
Of
asked
course,
earlier.
staff always bring it back to explain to the member city council that there's a problem, and then the member city council have to decide. Of course.
Okay, I am more of thinking about the Westminster Park. If if the staff can work to iron out their
So the sign need to be
issues at
reduced,
this
right?
point here.
So bring it
But
back.
at this point here, we are going to bring back with the new council already because it's not going to be the next meeting.
All right, so if bring it back to the new city council, are you willing to extend like another location? Like
Yes, I
another
do.
Public park?
Yes, I do.
What other location, Westminster Park and what?
Like you said, that the Westminster Park
And
is to be included, but I requested to have their staff to look into the other problems that we addressed before.
okay, so I second that. That means that we try to compromise as much as we can. This is not, not a done deal. I just want to give hope, and Councilmember Nguyen and rest of council need to work it out, but the sign need to be reduced. But Westminster Park,
Yeah, I want,
so I'll bring it back.
I want to emphasize a little bit more. The reason that with the new council is because the next one, you said that this is probably your last meeting.
So if you want to bring it back, probably on December 14, bring back December 14.
So let me just jump into that. So the council gets sworn in at the end of December 14th. So you won't actually have them conduct any business till the first meeting of January.
Okay, so
So it'd be the first meeting in January at the earliest.
But
So
we
be
do
it.
have a meeting at the end of November, the 30th.
Well, but
Right, we were saying it's
The
last.
mayor is not going to be here.
yes, no, so
Oh, I see.
mayor, yeah, no. The mayor's not going to be here November 30th. Our last meeting with this seated council is December 14th, but it's not the full council. But the new council doesn't get installed until the end of the meeting on December 14th. They won't actually be conducting business until the January, the first meeting in January.
This is kind of an aside, but given the tax, assuming the tax passes and the 110-day restriction to have it in place by April 1st, we need to certify the election by the 9th. So that would be after 30 days. We may need to hold a special meeting just to make sure that happens.
And that's a completely different sidebar conversation.
Right. But the 9th.
That's,
might
we're
be the-
fully aware of that.
Right.
The other, so the other thing that we want to make clear is, so just to clarify this motion, is it just Westminster Park and some other arbitrary park? It's not including Sid Goldstein? Is that what was decided for
Is
the
it right?
substitute motion?
Yes.
Okay,
Right, so then I second your motion.
I have a question for staff. If the QT committee would choose to place it at the Memorial Park, Westminster Memorial Park, do they need staff or do they need council approval for that? And that's two private parties, correct? Or city attorney?
No, if
They're two
the
private
monument committee want to build the monument on the private land, they don't need.
They don't need
they
anything
the
from
council.
us.
It is against the culture. And we've already heard
We
from
already,
so
this is what
many.
I've said earlier, it's like, why am I getting to conflicting? I have some folks tell me it's against culture and I have some other folks tell me it's not, so you need to look from where I'm sitting.
No, I'm just talking about, like, I know there are numerous people who called, and I believe Adolfo, could you speak to that?
Well, he's in the same, how many phone calls did you get?
You spoke to, I don't know the titles of those people,
Yeah.
but I know the
Because
culture.
the title doesn't matter, that's what, I'm just telling you what I'm hearing. You don't have to take it in for consideration, I'm
Oh.
just telling you what I'm hearing.
I think the vice mayor may be right, even that if on the private land, but so the city still need to approve because of the.
Yeah,
because of the
there was
sign,
probably a permit.
Yeah, permit, you're
requirements that
right.
we would have to. go
Okay.
through.
All right, sorry.
All right, so we have a substitute motion and second on the floor. And I second his.
So the substitute motion first. And maybe I'll repeat that. Staff to take the issue back to the committee, the Quang Tri Committee, see if they can redesign the monument to make it smaller. The staff and the committee should also evaluate to see if there's another location, but they're only going to consider Westminster Park. But if I'm correct on this, maybe look at other possibilities.
It's basically Westminster Park and then the rest of them, which essentially is looking at all the parks for feasibility.
On,
But it will also not go into
Please.
Sid Goldstein Park. And then bring the item
My
back in the
God.
new year after the new council has been seated. So that's at least January, if not later.
Right, we have the substitute motion and second on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. That motion, as restated by the city attorney, was made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Mayor Ta. Councilmember Doe?
The motion is vague. You call for speculation, how small it's gonna be. There's no specific detail. And it's just like the last time we sent it back to the committee, they reduce this and it's just the same thing again, send it back. So no.
Councilmember Ho?
So, what did you vote? Councilmember Doe?
He voted.
Oh, sorry.
Correct. I have him as
All
voting.
right,
no.
so
Thank you. Councilmember Ho?
Councilmember Ho, could you vote? Councilmember Ho, she calling you.
no,
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo?
thing.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
So the vote is 2 yeses, 2 nos, and 1 abstention. Motion fails.
Right.
So we have the underlying motion then? The original motion was to approve the smaller size that was currently being proposed by the committee. The monument to be placed in Westminster Park. The placement to be contingent upon the Quang Tri Nonprofit Committee signing an agreement that would provide that all costs for construction and annual maintenance would be incurred by the committee. All costs to be paid on an annual basis. No construction to begin until the agreement was signed and the initial costs are paid. And that agreement would come back to the council once it was put together.
All right, we have the motion and second on the floor.
Thank you. That motion, as read by the city attorney, was originally made by Councilmember Doe, seconded by Councilmember Ho. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Councilmember Ho, it's your time to vote.
did you repeat? Repeat the motion.
Councilmember Doe already make a motion and you second the motion, I believe.
I know, but it's been a while. Can you repeat it?
The motion was to approve the smaller size that's currently being proposed by the committee. That the monument would be placed in Westminster Park. The placement would be contingent upon the Quang Tri Nonprofit Committee signing an agreement with the city that would provide that all costs for construction and annual maintenance would be incurred by the committee. That all costs would be paid on an annual basis. That no construction would begin until the agreement was signed and the initial costs are paid to the city. And that agreement would come back to the city council for approval.
Did I make a substitute motion of that? After it fails or after,
Well, if it fails,
if it fails?
other motions could be considered.
Other new motions?
If this motion fails, then
Okay. Yep, no. Well, no.
All right.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Abstain. A bit, let me clarify
We should
why
vote
I
yes or
abstain.
no.
Okay.
Right, no, all the members, Council they have a right
I know,
for
I
whatever
know,
they want.
I know. Sorry.
I abstained the motion due to the reason that I said earlier. I asked staff, if there are, the problem still exists, and they clearly said yes.
All right, so, City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Monzo,
No,
Mayor Ta.
Stand.
There was one yes, two noes, two abstention, motion fails.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
At this point, it'd be a new motion.
A new motion.
We have no motions on the
New,
floor at this
okay, new motion, please. Okay, I'd like to make, we're really trying to, close this deal and please, okay, I'd like to make a new motion. The same park, Westminster Park.
The
And
smaller
the-
size or the original?
Wait, so it would be the smallest size, but without a wall. Without the wall.
Right, so that is.
And, of course, everything else with the paid by, all the expenses paid by,
Only different
the-
without a word.
with just the wall. Because I really think that everybody's hesitant to vote for this because of the wall, the size. And I really think we should not just throw it back at them and say, make it smaller, make it smaller. This is already going to make it a lot smaller. Let me remind you that the size, it's actually just the height is the same as the Paracel monument. It's the same as the Paracel monument. It's the height. And so they have already cut down a lot. It used to be 22 feet. And now the width is only 9. And we're talking about the monument, and you compare monument. Don't compare all the grass area surrounding or anything like that. That's for beautification, but it's not part of the monument. So that's what I propose. The only difference between my proposal and Councilmember Doe's proposal is the wall, the difference in the wall. There's a Din Công Trang right behind it, Ty.
Can staff,
That's
show
what
the-
makes it
Make any
big.
sense without the wall?
Can we,
So, ox and the cart go together, or is?
I'll have staff put up the slide real quick so you could see what it looks like.
Okay, so the wall that have the pagoda in the back, is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
yes.
Okay, so let me understand correctly. So it's just a few soldiers standing on a pile of rubbles. And it doesn't have any reference as to what represent the Quantry City. It doesn't make any sense. Just like, take an ox out of the cart. So doesn't make any sense to me, but okay.
Right, so the motion doesn't have any seconds, so the motion,
I will modify that motion.
Well,
Have-
wait, let's, first of all, be clear. Do we not have a second? Because then the motion fails. Okay, motion fails. So now you get-
Because it doesn't make any sense to have someone just, stand in a pile of rubbles without any point of reference as to where it is. We can build something. I can second it, and hopefully we can build something, but it doesn't make any sense.
I think that I please ask City Council that go back to Councilmember Nguyen motion, at least, that like City Council, we go to discuss rather than, we don't have an action. So,
I understand you're trying to do something, but it's just like it doesn't make any sense to look at this and, you can make another motion and just like similar to mine, reduces, enlarges or whatever, 5-10%, be specific
And I,
and do it again. So.
Excuse me, Councilmember Doe, sorry to interrupt you. This is from what I hear from some of the residents and committee folks that in 1972, when the Citadel was retaken, was this wall standing? Can anybody, who has that information? That's from what I heard, and I've seen some videos, and there's no wall there.
Can we have some eyewitness who was there answer that question?
So this is one of the points of contention that the
Can you
inaccuracy.
step to the microphone, sir?
yes, please.
The inaccuracy of the monument. Sorry, I think if we let him speak, we had to open up a public hearing.
Mayor for.
Yes, you have. to
Yes,
open
please.
the public
Yeah, just reopen the public hearing.
Yeah, so open public hearing.
Good evening, everyone. I am Kenny Wang and the Vice Chair of the Quanti Monument Committee. I am the person who fought on that Quanti Citadel barrel from the first day to the last day. Not only me, but my younger brother also fought over there also. So Quanti Citadel Wall is the symbol of the Quanti province, the Quanti people. Now we retake Quanti Citadel. It means we want the Quanti people and the American soldier and Vietnamese soldier who fought over there, remember where the Quanti is, where the battle is. That way, we need to have Quanti Citadel Wall. It's just only this soldier status. It's not so that where is the battle was. That the Quanti Citadel Wall must be built because it is a historical battle. We're not just honor only Vietnamese veteran and Vietnamese hero, but also American hero who certified on that battle. But now the city of Westminster asked us to do the rating and to meet the Westminster City Council requirement. That's why we reduce the size to the minimum as possible. And we already update and we send to the Westminster staff from original size to last current update size, very much smaller, very much smaller. That's why tonight we want to come here. We want you know that the historical monument must be right and must be show the people that where that battle was. Guanti Citadel. Guanti Citadel, it means Guanti Citadel war. So please, tonight, Westminster City Council made the decision, go to the final, where we will put the Guanti monument, because
Are you in
we
agreement?
had a lot of effort for almost 2 years already.
No, I know.
Almost 2 years.
Are you in agreement with, I think, some of the councilors you mentioned, you heard some, Councilmember Nguyen and Mayor and I, the concerns of the size. Are you willing to make it even smaller than it currently is right now? The current proposal?
Actually, we had to build the shoulder statue must be the same size with real size, actually size. The first thing. The second thing is, like I just said before, everything must be correct and right. And now Councilman Taido just mentioned that our committee will pay all the construction costs and also the maintenance, yearly maintenance. We willing to sign agreement with the city. We pay all the construction costs and also yearly maintenance for that monument.
Okay.
We have to do that. Thank you very much.
I have a question. Please, sir, please stay. I want to clarify, please stay. You said that according to history that the war need to be built, right? Must be built, right? Did I hear you correctly? That the war that needs to be
Yeah,
built?
because you know what? Because you and me go somewhere, we could see too many statues, too many monuments.
Okay. The answer is yes or no. Yes, we need to we must build the.
Yeah, we must build the Guanti Citadel wall, because we want to the people know where is the battle.
So in your mind right now, the war
not only
must be built, right?
Not only my idea, but also our committee.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to ask, the war must be built, right?
Yeah, the battle.
Well, I heard that the motion from Council Member, if I hear you correctly, your motion, Council Member Ho, that you are taking out the war. Am I correct? So it's go against you right now. The two of you are not.
The wall must be built.
The war must be built.
Yeah.
And the motion that she made is to take out the war.
I don't think so, because I just told you.
I just want to clarify.
The
Okay.
wall must be built. The wall must be built. To the people recognize where is the battle is.
Thank you, sir.
Guanti Citadel. Thank you very much.
Since we open up the public, so there are a couple of more they want to talk about. You have.
Yes, Mayor, there's
It's
two
up to the
other,
council if they want to.
Okay, I have to be fair, so,
yes, there's two other speakers, excuse me. There's two other speakers.
Yes, please.
Alan Hamadi, please, can step forward, followed by Terry Rings.
Evening, Council. My name is Alan Hamadi. I'm a resident of Westminster for 27 years. I want to congratulate Mayor Trita on the winning the election. Also, Councilman Nguyen. I've heard both sides and I've been listening the whole time to everyone's comment. I always visited Freedom Park. I'm a friend of the Vietnamese community, very close friend. But at the same time, I want to thank Mr. Nguyen by stating that he listened to both sides and he cares about the whole community at all. And the way he spoke, it was really gave me an idea. What I saw right now is two councilmen against two councilmen and the mayor right in the middle. That's what I saw. Councilman Ho with Councilman Do against Nguyen and Manzo, and the mayor right in the center. So what I see right now, I see that we all don't want to put the burden on the city. Definitely. That's your job. And what I also see at the same time, I understand Mr. Doe spoke that they're gonna make a committee to pay for it and all that stuff. We don't know what's gonna happen next. You might have the money now, but they might back off in the next 2 years. We don't know. Then the city is stuck with that money. And that's not right. That's not fair. I respect every soldier, Vietnamese, American died in South Vietnam. But we have to do the right thing too also. We have to think about the city budget and what can be done. Memorial Park agreed to take the whole size the way it is and take care of it. And the city doesn't have to worry about it at all. So why can't we go with that option? Everyone's happy. We get the people closer, not more separated. That's my opinion. An idea. Please think about the people. Don't be selfish. So I urge every one of you, don't do the size. Don't worry about the size. Size that doesn't matter. I always go to the park. I have family members buried there. And I would love to go visit that monument. Every time I go visit, I would love to share it with the people and go see the people that are already there. That would be an awesome place for it. Do not put it anywhere else. Really don't. Think about us. Think about the people. What's best for us? Thank you.
The next speaker is Terry Raines, followed by David Landry.
Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster. Sorry I missed the first part of the hearing, but I am appalled to walk in and hear that Westminster Park is being considered when this council voted that down. And that is my park. That's where I live. I was just there on Sunday. The park was packed with activities, with children playing, all covering the entire open space that is so large, but it is used. I am appalled that this council is in a political fight here over a monument that hundreds and hundreds of residents have told you no to our city parks. And most of you are ignoring that. Who do you serve? You serve the residents of this city. You don't serve one special interest group, do you? Do the parks belong to that special interest group? They do not. They belong to all of us. And yes, I'm spirited about this. I attended every single committee meeting. I tried to work with the committee members to get them to compromise. They reduced the size. It's 13% reduction of the footprint. The footprint matters. That's taken up our space, not just it's a little lower or whatever. This is ridiculous. We have a war memorial that is beautiful, sacred, honors everybody equally. People go there and they pray and they remember. And it is recognized nationwide. And the signatures on my petition, they are from people all over this country that say, don't put it in Freedom Park, don't put it in any parks. It doesn't belong. We have a beautiful war memorial. I don't disrespect their service, but I'll tell you that committee, that nonprofit was resurrected from the dead, and there's no perpetual income to pay the city. It's going to, and they're all elderly, older guys. That's going to disappear in a couple of years. And that thing can't just be, oops, it's there. Who's going to pay for the maintenance? Who's going to pay for the liability? The wall was not there. I have live TV footage of the day it was retaken. There was no wall. It was just that rubble. And the soldiers stood on the rubble, and that's where that photo came from. It's a still from that news footage. So I'm telling you, this council has got to honor, first of all, they already voted down that. Number two, Westminster Memorial Park is almost begging. They're saying, we want it. Why would we not put it there when there's no objections from the community to that? But everybody, 100% object to putting it in one of our city parks, especially where our children and our families go to have fun and recreate. It is not a memorial park at Westminster Park. And that's my park. You put it there, I will organize a protest like you've never seen before in this city. You have not listened to these people that come out dozens of times to tell you no, no, no. Has anybody said yes other than them and their family? No. So you better listen. I don't care if you're going out of office in a month. You better listen while you're here and make the decisions that benefit this city. Make that be your legacy, not something else. Thank you.
The next speaker is David Longstreet, followed by Daniel Leon.
Landry, and I haven't been to one of these meetings in over 2 years. And I cannot believe that you are still griping about that monument. I remember when this was first introduced, I was sitting with Margie Rice right over there, and I thought that poor woman was going to have a heart attack when you first mentioned about putting it in the park named after her father. And just considering that is deliberate cruelty when the family of the man who the park is named after as opposed to it. And I have to believe, Kimberly, please look at me when I'm talking to you, that you all, none of you are deliberately cruel. So clearly the community does not want this in any of the parks. Westminster Memorial Park has graciously offered the space. And I do believe when you said it's a cultural thing, that there's part of that land that is not gravesite. So we wouldn't be offending any culture if the park was moved there, the monument was moved there. They could have it the size they want. These people would stop their screaming and we would have a decision after 2 years. I haven't been to a meeting in over 2 years and this thing is still on the table. It is still on the table. Meanwhile, I have homeless people taking dumps in my front yard. I've got a marijuana dispensary across the street from me and walking distance from a school. And you all are griping about a statue. We're not talking about a Civil War monument that people are offended by 200 years after the fact. This thing hasn't even been built yet. So I agree with Councilman Doe to a certain extent. Please make a decision and make the right decision and quit dragging this on. You've got an answer. Westminster Memorial Park has offered the land and the size that these folks definitely want. They can have the wall, whether it existed or not. That's the solution. It seems like the obvious opportunity or the obvious solution to me. And that's all I'll say, folks. Good night.
The next speaker is Daniel Leon.
My name is Daniel Leon. I've resided in Westminster for over 50 years. We live next to that park, Westminster Park. So I came to you also, Mayor Doe, about 2 years ago. We were having issues with the temple parking. They were constantly blocking our driveways, constantly issues with that temple. The new ones that came in, it's not so bad anymore, but still we have little issues here and there, but not as bad. Now I'm hearing that if you put the temple there, it's going to draw people. What's going to happen with my parking situation? As it is, homes are starting to be built behind homes and they're taking the parking spaces and they're blocking our driveways all the time. Who do I call? What do I do? We've been there 50 years. We never had an issue like this. What do I do? You guys tell me. So please don't put that monument there. No disrespect, but it should not go there because you're going to draw more traffic to us. And there's going to be, something's going to happen. And whose fault is it? We don't want to lose tempers. We want to be able to come home. Our home is our haven. We want to enjoy ourselves. Come home, relax, not worry about what's happening out there. So please listen to us. Don't put it there. Please don't. It's good. It's going to be chaos. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a person raising their hand on Zoom, Mayor, and that would be Camilla Overby.
Already spoke on this matter.
Okay, I have no other hands raised on Zoom, Mayor. I have no other hands.
All right, so, Council, we are now back to round 0.
Did you close public hearing?
Okay. Close public comments.
Well, again, I'm gonna say what I said before. You will not find, I shouldn't say that. I speak for myself. I respect the heck out of all veterans. the heck out of them because I know what it means to have the freedoms that they so much fought for us to have from all, and the Vietnamese veterans as well. So I apologize if I didn't say it earlier, but I respect the heck out of all of you. Thank you so much for your service. And I apologize that this has gone on for so long, but on this, for us sitting up here, for me, I have to take everything in consideration, everything across the board. And as difficult it is, the only solution that I see is Memorial Park. I've said it over and over again. That was the Parks and Recs Commission, one of their recommendations, they recommended for the city to find city land that was vacant. And I don't believe we have any of those. The other one was somewhere around Civic Center, probably closer to the county property. And that's not gonna happen. And the third was Memorial Park. That was a recommendation. And that commission also took input from the community when they met. They took input from the community, and that commission, along with the rest of the commissions, they also represent the community just as we do. So when we take a recommendation from any of our commissions or committees, we are taking input from community. Am I not right on that? They speak for the community as well as we do. And that was one of the recommendations, was Memorial Park. And again, I'm gonna make a motion to place this monument as big as and largest as they want it to be. They can go back to the same original dimensions. And my motion is to have it go at Memorial Park.
Do we have any second? All right, so the motion failed because there is no second. So, okay, so, all right, so
I'd like to make a motion
please
to
go.
go back to the same Westminster Park with same
Wait.
motion as no, Councilmember. What was Councilmember Nguyen's one?
Can you repeat your motion, Councilmember Nguyen? If you might, can you repeat your substitute motion?
The one that we already voted? Or which one? I haven't made any motion
No, no.
after the one that we already
I
voted.
believe this one was Councilman Dole's. Can you repeat Councilwoman Dole's?
Motion was failed too.
We're talking about the original motion?
Yeah,
Original first motion. Make sure I get this right here. To approve the smaller size that is currently being proposed, the monument to be placed in Westminster Park. The placement to be contingent upon the Quang Tri nonprofit committee signing an agreement that provides that all costs for construction and annual maintenance would be incurred by the committee. All costs to be paid on an annual basis, no construction to begin until an agreement is signed and initial costs are paid. And it would come back to the council for approval of the agreement.
yes,
That,
that one failed?
yeah, the same, we can't unless we do a motion for reconsideration on that one. So
What was this?
you'd like to do a motion to reconsider that?
Did I revise that same motion?
That motion failed, 1 in favor, 2 against, and 2 abstained. So somebody who abstained or voted against it would have to make a motion for reconsideration. Unless you were to change that motion in some way, then it would be a different motion.
All right, so I'd like to make
Please.
anyway that I can make another motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Right,
I'm
so-
sorry, bigger what?
I'd like to make a motion that if the city council, we don't agree on any motion before, it seems like we don't have enough majority to pass a motion, like to defer this item. to the future council meeting, maybe the first meeting in January.
I second that.
Well, let me ask the city attorney, since there really doesn't need to be a motion a second, since all motions has failed and there hasn't been no action, so it just, the whole item just dies, right?
But I mean, like, I still want to consider that, so defer this item to the first meeting in January. That is my motion. All right, so,
He can make that motion.
okay, so we have a motion and second. I would call for a question.
Thank you. And that motion was made by Mayor Ta, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen to defer item to the first meeting in January 2023. Councilmember Doe,
For no.
Councilmember Ho,
No.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Dang.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Did you forget me?
Oh, I'm
Councilmember
sorry.
Nguyen didn't vote.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion fails.
All right. So
Hmm.
it seemed like we,
So I'd like to make the motion,
right, yes.
that motion. Basically, I want the smallest size monument. And I would like it to be at
Let me
Westminster
clarify,
Park.
you're talking about the one that's being proposed right now, that size? Or even smaller? Just want to be clear.
Huh? I'm sorry? No, I want it to be smaller size.
So we're trying to,
10%, 5%.
I would say currently the size, if, correct me if I'm wrong, Jake. Tell me the size. Yeah. Yeah,
5%, 10%.
I mean, if you reduce it in size, it's still going to have to go back to the committee to redesign it.
Exactly.
so
So even if you give a percentage, someone's going to actually have to do
Not an
it.
engineer.
So before we go down this another 3 hours of this discussion, so here's where our dilemma is. When we go back to change the size, we have to go back to the Quang Tri Monument Committee. And so the challenge that exists for staff, because staff has looked at all of the different parks, they need to know what the size is going to be to determine feasibility of the park. So it's a paradox. You're going to have, you can't, if you pick a location in the park, then it has to fit a certain size based on whatever the area is. If you end up deciding you want the monument this size, then that's going to determine which parks would be feasible. So if there's going to be a recommendation for a size, I would suggest that there would be a reduction made here as to how much smaller you want to be, what those elements are, because we have the challenge of talking to the committee, coming to a conclusion, coming here, and then we're at this again. So I just
Okay.
want to make it clear for our
Maybe-
staff.
Won't be about the size, you guys. Okay.
The footprint. the
Yeah,
footprint.
the size of the footprint. I want to make it smaller. And yeah, and so it's going to be at Westminster Park. And where I want it to be is that I don't want it to be facing Hazard. I want it to be in that, no, it's not Magnolia either, but I want it to be in the middle where Mr. Corella talked to Adolfo about, and that was by the racquetball court. Yeah, but it would be facing, yeah, basically, you know where I'm talking about, right? And facing the empty or the lawn, the large lawn.
Have the
Adolfo.
displays on the screen. That's would be the
Westminster Park.
location number 2.
Yeah,
No,
so
that's not.
that's it. Yeah, is that right?
That's like really close to the
Adolfo.
baseball fields.
Adolfo, could you speak to that?
Sure, that location is adjacent to the handball court and out of the way of where the baseball activities take place.
Yes.
would face
So-
the open field so that if there was a gathering, that would happen in the open space closer to the baseball field. That's the discussion that we left at last time.
Yeah. So with the same, with a smaller size.
So we're saying to remove the handball
No,
court?
No.
no, everything as is, because that is the area that was determined that is unused or
It looks like it's
less
used to me.
not intrusive at all. Please.
I don't know how is
But
that
I
not
mean,
being
like,
used?
What
I-
happened to patient ones? Is that better?
I think that I appreciate Councilmember Hall, but it's still, you still need to bring it back. Even you ask the committee to reduce like 20%.
But I'm not asking for him to reduce, that would be the size and putting it there.
But I mean, like the city council, if like in the future meeting, the council, they still have saying, it's not like a done deal. It's not like, okay, they reduce and, it going to be approved automatically for that location. They still need to bring it back. There's no way that the council approved, okay, you reduce like 20% and we approve. No, I don't see that it's working like that. Okay, you ask them to reduce 20% of their current size, but still the item need to bring it back because the council have to see that.
I'm saying that approve the size that they submitted. the
Right now.
smallest size that they submitted.
Listen. Okay, I have a question on your motion. So is your motion included that the committee is going to pay for the maintenance
Yeah,
and building
yes,
construction, and everything?
Yes,
Now, it's brought back thanks to Hamidi, this question asked before. Now, I'm going back to staff. Have we had any projects that the committee agreed to pay for the maintenance and then it fall apart, and then we, the city of Westminster, have to do it? Have we take over?
Yes, we did. We have the Vietnam War Memorial. It was signed by the committee at that time. And I think 2 years after, the city had to take over all the maintenance because nothing had been resolved.
So how are we going to assure that this committee is going to do that? What happened if the management, the management change in the ownership or whatever? Then how can we assure that this city is not going to take over for, in the next couple of years or so?
That's a question for the city
Yeah,
attorney.
I will look for a city attorney who maybe come up with some kind of solutions. Press that.
Yeah, the proposal, that is what happened. I remember that the discussions over the old committee and its maintenance of the Vietnam War Memorial. That's part of the reason why I suggested in the beginning that it be pre-funded with so many years at least, or maybe I think a proposal was a bond or something like that. There's different things you could potentially look at that.
City attorney, so there's, I mean, I know the answer to this, but I just want you to say it out loud. There's nothing for us to hold a nonprofit for staying in existence. If they disband, and we're left holding the bag, correct?
Yeah, if the nonprofit disbands, then that gives you no one to go after.
Another question, since now it becomes city property because it's on city land, who would be liable if somebody climbed on it and broke their arm and sued the city? Who would pay for that?
Same with the Vietnam War Memorial, it's the city's liability.
The city would pay for it.
So you could get insurance, but again, that's another expense.
Who pays for the insurance?
Again, either the city or you could have the nonprofit buy insurance for it.
Are we gonna
Other
are we gonna build a 8-foot or 10-foot tall fence around this monument
Please.
to
let's
prevent?
let the council talk. I'm hearing a lot of talk out here.
Yes, yes, thank you. Residents had an opportunity to speak. So what's to prevent? Because on this park, I see baseball fields, I see other playground equipment. So I'm guessing there's a strong possibility there might be some children at this park. So who's going to watch to make sure that nobody climbs on it? who's gonna be there to prevent maybe some homeless people sleeping on it? Are we gonna have 24-hour security on there?
Volunteer.
So
I can answer
let's,
some
let's,
question.
let's, it sounds to me like it'd be pretty irresponsible for us elected officials to put our city and even in a liability issue that is gonna cost our city more money that we don't have. I'm sorry, but this is not a good idea. It's not a good idea. So
Can I ask a
it's
question?
pretty obvious and it's plain as day that it's not a good idea. If we're entrusted with make sure our city is to the best interest of our city, I think putting ourselves in a huge liability, putting this monument there.
Well,
There's no way, shape, or form that this will not be a potential liability. I don't care how, I don't care how you try to spin it, but that's the truth. Doesn't matter. Isn't the way you try to spin it. And I'm sorry, but if this monument wants, and I understand how the significance as far as the emotional for the Arvin veterans, I understand, and I said I trust you, and especially Mr. Kenny Juan, who was actually there. I respect it, like I respect you for doing what you did, but you have to understand that we have to look at it what's best for our city and what's best for the community. What we need to look out for the best interest of everybody, and putting it at a public park, it's not. In every way, shape, or form you look at it, it puts us in a situation where it can cost our city a lot of money that we don't have. So just because you get 3 votes doesn't change the fact that it's still going to put us in a liability. Money that I wish we had a sign up here that said that we don't have money because we don't have money. Let's do the right thing for the community for once. Put it where it's supposed to be. Sorry that some of you don't agree with me, but we have to put yourself in my shoes, that I'm trying to look out at the interest of our city, of our residents, everybody as a whole.
Yes, I just have a question for staff. So in our city, do we have any pocket park land like we have for Mendes statue?
As a follow-up question, Vice Mayor Khaled Mansell, questions. So do we have anybody watching anybody at the Freedom Park to make sure that no one jump on those statue? Do we have anybody doing that? Okay, so we don't have that, right? So yeah, the sky is not gonna fall. We already have that at Freedom Park. So we can, we can put a lot of questions, but the thing, my issues right here is, when we formed the committee back in December, right? Was it December, January? I mean, these questions was never asked, but now it's become so much like liability, risk management kicking in because, we don't have to deal with, other pressure. So yeah, it's okay to change your mind as a council. It's not a problem. It's just just vote no. Hey, I don't want this. It's just like no. Just scrap it off instead of the same thing. I say that like just a time loop again and again and again. Everybody come up with idea and argument, open up public comments, and just the same agenda item. It's like 2 hours. It's the same thing. And we're not making any decision. Let's make a decision tonight. You want it, or you don't want it, get it off the table, or put everybody to bed. I mean, let's get it done tonight. So
I agree.
are you done?
I agree.
Your motion, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the motion again? Well, from what
It sounds like it's the same exact motion that Councilmember Doe made.
No,
Oh,
the
no,
location I
there were some
specified.
modifications to it, but I want to make sure I've got everything that you're in. You wanted to approve the monument at the reduced size that's being proposed in Westminster Park, but not facing Hazard, instead located in the middle of the park near the handball court, facing the open field. It's Public Works Director indicated it was location number 2. The approval would be subject to the nonprofit signing an agreement, as we talked about before, to pay all costs of construction and maintenance. And that no construction would begin, that would come back to the council, and no construction until that was agreed. Is that what your motion is?
Yes.
So location 1, right?
I have a question though.
I
Location
think it's
2, I
2.
think.
2. And location 1 is location 2 is not a good idea.
So when we went out there, Public Works Director, as well as the Community Services Director and myself, we looked at different locations. We identified, we walked the entire site, and we identified that that location would be the least impactful of the 2 that were proposed at the time. One was more impactful because of the proximity to the sidewalk. Future gatherings, you would have issues similar to what you have over by the Bolsa General statue, where you have people kind of near the street. You also have the field of play, a home run gets hit out there. So there was conversations about a netting.
Talk about location 1.
Location 1. Those are the negatives on location 1. There was a lot more negatives on location 1 than there was on 2. And that's how we,
Okay, so
that's the gist of the conversation. Yeah.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second it.
You know what? It should have been named like location 3, because 1 was Hazard. 2 would have been Magnolia, and 3 would be that where 2 is right now. But it doesn't matter.
But for purposes of the motion, we're talking about the slide that's on the screen right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Identifies it as location number 2.
So I second it, and I encourage the city council to make a decision. Yes, no, maybe, none of the above, and put this to rest. So we need to go on.
Can city attorney repeat the motion again, please?
The motion was to approve the monument at the reduced size that's been submitted by the committee in Westminster Park at this location number 2, identified in the slide we just looked at, in the middle of the park near the handball court. The approval would be subject to signing an agreement with the city. We would come back to the city council for final approval, but the agreement would provide that they would pay all costs of construction and maintenance. No cost to the city.
So the committee is going to assume all the costs and the maintenance. That's correct. And did I get the answer that how are we going to assure that that's not going to come back to the city? Have I got that answer from the staff yet?
I don't think there can be a perfect guarantee there. The best we could do would be to require advance payment, bonding, things of that nature.
So is there advance payment included in this motion?
I would say this. I think it's, it's something that the other committee, the other nonprofit did. Why punish this nonprofit? It's like something your brother did. Shouldn't go and you shouldn't go and get punished yourself just because you're related. It's first of all, it's, I think it's very fair. And if we want to, I'm sure the committee wouldn't mind, or the nonprofit wouldn't mind that, someone step forward and just, maybe have a guarantee or something like that. If that's something that we do all the time, if we do contracts.
Is even
Attorney, city attorney, individually.
To do personal guarantee.
Yeah. So it's just as simple as that. No bonding and no prepayment. That's terrible.
It's just
Okay,
the word.
personal guarantee.
It's a handshake.
No, personal guarantee is fine. If you want something that's fine.
No,
It
personal
could be as simple as that.
That
Pardon
could
me?
be, but somebody was willing to do it.
Yes. So if I want to remind you that Westminster is a city, the capital of Vietnamese overseas. 36,000 Vietnamese, 36,058 Vietnamese. Please do not deny these people. Please do not deny these people. I cannot believe that's happening. Please, yes, thank you, saying please. Thank you. You know, please do not. Sorry, but it's not your turn. Sorry. Go ahead, please.
So we were talking about individually guarantee for this individual the guarantee. What happened if that person is, for whatever, for God's sake, they're no longer here, they move somewhere else, this and that. Who's going to pay for it? Going back to the city? And the next question that I have is this is a committee of 13 people, and it being decided by one person. And I don't mind if that person is guaranteed and signed and, to pay for it, but we have somehow, some way of guarantee that.
And I want to make a motion to call the question. So we have,
Second. All right, so we have a motion second on the floor.
Okay, the motion right now is to call the question. So that's not on the motion itself. That's to basically end debate
Right.
and then to take to handle the motion that's on the floor. So again, the motion right now is to end in the debate and to call the question on this.
So that motion was made by Vice Mayor Manzo, seconded by Councilmember Doe to call for the question. Councilmember Doe? Councilmember Ho?
yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo?
yes.
Mayor Ta? Motion carries, Mayor.
Okay, so now we need to have a vote on the motion. Again, the motion, if you want, I'll read it again, was to approve the monument in its reduced size submitted by the committee, not facing hazard, instead to be located in the middle of the park near the handball court, location number 2. Approval subject to the nonprofit assigning an agreement with the city to pay all costs of construction and maintenance. The agreement would include guarantees such as a personal guarantee to guarantee payment. And no construction to start until the agreement is approved. It would come back to council for approval.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So that motion as read into the record by the city attorney, the motion was made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Councilmember Doe. Councilmember Doe?
I want to encourage the city council to speak your mind. If you do not approve this project, just vote no, so we can put the matter to bed. I'm going to vote yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
I have my own decision. I have my own mind. I can decide. I can vote however I want it. I respect your vote. I ask you to respect my vote. Abstain.
Vice Mayor Manzo?
No.
Mayor Ta?
Then,
Motion fails, 2 yeses, 1 no, and 2 abstentions.
So is that a fail? Because it doesn't require the city to spend any money for this project?
Before we finalize this vote, let me clarify the implications of the vote. So state law provides that if a motion, if it's an ordinance or a resolution or an order for the payment of money, that means you're actually ordering that money be paid, then it requires a majority of the total membership. That's 3. In this case here, we're not doing any of that. There's no ordinance, there's no resolution, there's no ordering that money be paid. So in that situation, a positive vote of 2 could pass the motion. Okay? A positive vote. Abstentions would essentially, they're not negative votes. Okay, they go with whatever the majority is. In this case, we have 2 in favor. 1 against, and 2 abstentions. So I just want to be sure that before we finalize this vote, that's the vote that you want. Do you want the abstentions? A 2-2 vote would be
I'd like to modify my vote to no.
Okay, so based on that, any other clarifications or changes? Okay, the motion would fail in that instance.
All right, so it seems like we don't have any action for tonight, so that's why I asked. Also, we don't have any other choice. We defer to the next meeting or future meeting for consideration. I don't want to stop the process rather than, we give them another chance. Because, we try all the motion, but we cannot agree on any motion. So my motion is we defer to the first meeting in January.
Well, are you going to change your motion or you still keep it abstain?
What?
Are we done? Are we
Yes,
done with
we
that?
done,
Okay.
and I'm making the new motion.
Okay.
That's the only choice we have, rather than we take no action tonight, so that won't go anywhere.
So I'm sorry, your motion is to?
I'd like to defer this item to the first meeting in January.
Yeah, we did vote on that. Did you maybe have a slightly different motion from that?
All right, so different motion that what? Maybe the second, okay, so different meeting, the second meeting in January. Okay, that sounds a little bit different, but.
Is there a second?
Taking it.
All right, so I call for a question.
Defer to the second meeting in January?
Okay, so can we just
Please.
clarify, is it continuing the public hearing to the second meeting in January so we don't have to renotice it?
Exactly. Call for a question, please.
So the motion was made by Mayor Ta, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen, to continue the public hearing, deferring the entire item over to the second meeting in January of 2023. Councilmember Doe?
No.
Councilmember Ho?
No.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo?
Abstain.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion fails.
All right, so we try everything, so we
No
also
action.
we take no action on this item. That's all.
Move on.
All right. All right, so next item, 5.1, strategic plan goal number 1, achieve financial stability. Hi, City Council. So you want to have any update or you already read your report?
I move to approve.
Second. Can we have a motion and second to approve this item?
Thank you. That motion was made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Mayor Ta. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Mayor Monzo?
Yes.
Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Next item, 5.2, proposal for grocery assistance program for resident. And this item was proposed by Councilmember Charlie Nguyen, so I let him speak.
Yeah, council members, and also I think that from the first of all, I would like to thank staff for putting this report together. It's very well written, and I will read you the conclusion here. The COVID-19 pandemic has created a financial hardship for residents, including some communities most vulnerable. This program is to aim at providing relief from the financial burdens, especially for the holiday season approaches. We have $23 million came from ARPA. And unfortunately, we use all, for different activities that we use, we spent over the past. Of course, we allocate a lot of those money for different programs, and we have left for $350,000. This $350,000 is the money is left over from what we already consider. So I was thinking that, we have to understand that pandemic is affect everybody, and $100 is sometimes, is big for some, but it's, it's more, is insignificant for some, but is significant for others. Then I think that we need to look at the people who are low income and the people who need our help during this time. And I think that's responsibility of us when we receive the money from the from the federal or from the state. So looking into that, I was thinking that we probably go ahead and give them $100 of gift card or $100 to spend for grocery, and those money have to be spent whatever for the market, but they are going to be spent in the city of Westminster. That's the reason why I put this one as Westminster first. We take care of the people in Westminster. We take care of the business in Westminster. We make sure that we do business in we encourage people to do business in our city. $350,000. If you take $100 for one family, is you have 3,500 family. It's not that much compared to be honest with you, from the city of Westminster. So it's not that big, it's not that great, for the people concerning that they have to qualify for this program. So I asked if staff can make it simple enough for the people to get this as a gift for the holiday seasons. Of course, I will, and I ask for those who who alive are fortunate enough that you don't need this money, then leave it. I mean, let it for others people to have it. Of course, I will not consider that for myself. But at the same time, I think $350,000 is not that much of funding that we are going to use for the first of all for the seniors, for the veterans, for the low-income people. I think is very limited. So at this point here, I also want to ask for another option, which is option number 2, which is not here in this staff report. That staff, if there is any other programs that can be more than $350,000, I would like to consider that. So, number 1, let's answer my question. I asked for the, for your advice as whether we have any other, funding that we can help the low-income people to qualify if they qualify.
City Manager, I think we had asked about, I believe there's another, what Councilmember Wynn's may be referring to. Isn't there a ARPA that's allocated to CDBG?
So there's not an ARPA that's allocated to CDBG, but there is COVID CDBG funds that can be used for this kind of assistance program. It's different from ARPA. So I have Debbie and Michael's son here who can explain the program a little bit more, but it would require it would have low income requirements that need to be met in order for that program to qualify applicants.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. What the city manager is referring to is the allocation of the CDBG COVID funding that just by way of background, in March 2020, the federal government allocated these CDBG COVID funds for local governments with the purpose of preventing or preparing for or responding to COVID-19. And the regulations do allow for emergency subsistence payments for food, rent, or clothing. And the city of Westminster at the time was allocated $1.3 million of these funds. The council held public hearing and incorporated the CDBG COVID funds into the CDBG action plan in 2020. That plan allocated almost $1 million of these funds to a rental assistance program, which the city implemented in 2021 and resulted in approximately 200 low-income households being qualified and being able to pay their rent. As you may recall, the eligible households were able to receive 3 months of rental assistance at $1,500 a month. The other programs that were approved in the action plan using the CDBG COVID funds were the Homeless Rapid Rehousing Program and the Senior Outreach COVID Relief Program. Currently, this is what you were referring to, there is approximately $300,000 in unallocated or unused CDBG COVID funds that could be available to support a grocery assistance program.
Yeah, that's probably where you
So
were
what,
referring to.
you know, we can use that money to
Yes,
to qualify for.
Yes, we could. There are just other kinds of regulations on this money in terms of having to qualify in terms of low or moderate income levels requirements. That's
So
what you were referring to.
simply put, that it's better to use the $300,000 that you're talking about rather than the 250 from the ARPA. Is that?
That would be up to the count. It is something to consider as an alternative perhaps, or as a complement.
But let me ask you from staff standpoint, do you think that the 350,000 that we have, the balance that we have right now, is it okay for us to use for for low income people that affected by the pandemic?
Are you talking about the ARPA fund or the?
I know that
the
the CBGG,
Yeah,
that we can do it. Yeah, that we can do it. I'm talking about the ARPA. Is it?
So for ARPA, we are not an entity that is directly receiving information regarding low income. So we would have to, we would have to have a consultant or some kind of mechanism to verify low income. We don't have access to people's, low income information. So to administer a program through the city, with just the ARPA funds, we would still have to have someone doing that. So
But for that $300,000 that we do have the mechanism to verify.
Yes.
Okay, if that's the case, then I agree with the staff I modified the motion to use the that fund $300,000 for that.
Well, here, this is what I was, thank you for Councilmember Nguyen for this item. What I was going to bring up and kind of got is that the whole goal of this help is to help those the most in need. And if we use just our ARPA funds, we don't have the mechanism to make sure that there's no abuse. Because some folks who may not be low income can just bring a receipt, and then there's no way for us to check to verify if they're in low income. So I suggest that we use this CDBG 300,000 for the low income residents, and I would go as far as saying that let's take 150 thousand of the ARPA and use, is we can use for seniors and veterans. We not have that mechanism through the senior center to be able to allocate it that way?
Senior, so, and Vanessa can speak more to this. But so for seniors and veterans, she has access to data where they can service the seniors and veterans, for this program, which is what they're kind of doing right now with grocery cards. So she can explain a little bit more about what they are doing.
So there's a way for us to really, a mechanism to make sure we're able to get to those seniors and also veterans.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, we have a database identified and we can reach out to those that don't typically come to the senior center. So we can absolutely service them.
So, yeah, I think that's the way that we should go about it, that way we can make sure that the right people are getting the help that we need. So at the end of the day, we'll still have 200,000 left unallocated of our ARPA, and we'll come back at a later time with a way to allocate those.
No, I rather ask the council to go ahead and approve the $200,000 that we have left from the $350,000 from ARPA, that we have no problem of using that 200K for the senior and veterans, right? Am I correct?
I just said that, 150.
No, right?
So you're looking at allocating from the 350, 200,000 of that.
No.
350?
Let me finish mine. Let me
Okay.
finish mine. For the 200K, I'm going to suggest that we are going to use from the ARPA. We are going to use for seniors and veterans. It's okay to use that funding.
Yeah, that's what I
Okay,
said.
now, let me finish my motion. And then the 300,000 that we have for low income, that we are going to use for the low income people, that we have those mechanisms in place, that there is no problem, right?
There's no problem ultimately. Well, there's a couple things that we have to check with HUD in terms of the process. But one of the things that I need to make clear is that in order to do that, we will have to have a public hearing and adjust our action plan before we can implement the program. So that is something that would have to happen beforehand. And there are general HUD requirements about public hearing noticing and comment periods that would preclude us from having that in place for this holiday season.
You are talking about the 300K.
I'm talking about the
200K.
300,000 that is CDBG COVID money.
Okay.
So CDBG requires certain actions to be taken before the council can approve a program.
So for that, we need to have their hearing, public hearing.
We would need to have a public hearing and we will be having a public hearing for CDBG funds in January. So we could incorporate that program into that process. It's just the timing that is,
I understand
that is the barrier.
If that's the case, then if that's a process, then we have to follow the process. I have no problem with that. But what about the 350K? Can we use it for anything?
So about the ARPA money?
Yeah.
Is that, it has to meet those qualifications that are required by ARPA, but it is not as restrictive in terms of the process.
Okay,
So-
if you say that means, can we go ahead and approve for what I
Yes.
proposed today?
I think so.
Yes.
But yes, so what's in your staff report, that the program that's being proposed can be implemented as it's set up the way that it's proposed.
Okay, so I move to approve.
Second.
Wait a minute, what are we approving? What are we doing?
It's right here. The 350,000 of ARPA fund allocation.
So you don't want to use the CDBG funds?
Right now, the CBDG, we have to wait. There is a process that we have to follow. So we
We don't
can't-
want to,
we
we don't
can't-
want to wait that long.
We can't do it right now. Okay,
Well,
unless we can schedule to have, staff come back. Yeah, well, I don't want to do that. Why don't we do that? All
right, so we-
let's do this one first.
All right.
Well, here's the
move
thing.
to approve
Oh,
the
you go
250.
ahead, but this is how do we, there's no mechanism in place for us to make sure that low income folks get them $100.
Which one is that?
If
Oh,
you just
okay.
go ARPA, if you just
Okay,
do the
here.
ARPA funding,
Well, I want staff to answer the question, then, please.
you already answered it.
I did. So yeah,
The
so
only,
as,
the only mechanism we can use to make sure that low income house folks get that money is that we go through the CDBG
Let me,
mechanism.
right, okay, I will answer your questions right here. If approved with the 350 of our fund allocation, then the 150 is allocated specifically to senior over the age of 15.5 with proof of age and residence, and veterans with proof of eligibility, such as a military ID or residency verification.
Done.
Now, the remaining 200,000 would be available to all residents on a first come, first serve.
Yes.
Well, we understand that there is no mechanism to verify the low income
No.
at this point here. That's the reason why I asked, if you don't need that $100 here, then let other people to have it.
So we're just gonna take a ton of honor system.
You have to. All right, so we have the motion and second on the floor. I call for a question.
I second it.
So for clarification,
So we just, anybody who can show up with an ID and then we just give them
Yeah.
money?
First come, first serve, yeah.
No. Then we're not guaranteeing that,
Qualification,
we're not guaranteeing that low income,
Qualification for that,
just as long as you have a receipt.
to be in a resident?
No, the first 150,000, we already.
They must be a resident of Westminster.
There must be a resident of Westminster. All of them, there must be a resident of Westminster, no
Well,
matter what.
But the only issue is we got to be careful not to do a gift of public funds. So there has to be a public purpose behind why we're giving it. So you're gonna have to indicate what that purpose is. If it's low income or it's a veteran, that's a valid public purpose. I'm just saying we should,
So legally.
we could make an attempt, maybe they have to attest that they're of a certain level of low income.
What about, how can we administer? Do we have the staff and the ability to do that? If somebody
Yeah.
shows up with an ID and a receipt,
Yeah. it
how is
doesn't make any sense.
staff gonna figure that out?
Earlier, I think Christine said that we'd have to hire a consultant, right?
So if you were-
That would be costly.
so it's
How much is that?
to hire a consultant no, so if we would be hiring a consultant if we as staff on this particular process would have to administer the low income aspect ourselves.
Hmm.
If we went through the CDBG process,
And then
there's
have-
that mechanism is already in place for low income because we just do not have access to people's low income information. And attestation is, again, it's the honor system on an attestation.
But then if
So,
we go by the
Can
CDBG.
we bring it back? Can we bring it back with staff study, research and?
I think it's very
But
clear.
The reason
Because,
you
you
don't
know-
want to go with the CDBG, is it because you got to bring it back like in January or something? Right?
We are not talking about CBDG funding anymore, because we
CDBG.
know that we have to go through the process. We are not going to talk about that. We're talking about the 350,000 of all our fund allocation right now. And I make it very clear already, 150 allocated specifically to seniors and veterans with proof, okay, with proof of eligibility. And they all have to be present regardless what. Okay, then the other 200K that we are going to provide to those people who are first come, first served at the same time. These are not low income. We can't specifically say low income. This is assistant to who need help, for the, and they can come and apply for it, and they can have it. And one of the way that we can do is they can also use this to purchase grocery at any kind of markets here in the Western City of Westminster, and then they can provide the receipt along with their residency, proof of their residency, then they can get that.
City Attorney, a minute ago, you said that we just can't give out public funds, so we have to have a way to be able to check to make sure that if we have to state on here it's for low income, but we have no mechanism to
Yeah, I
see
mean,
if there's the low
it's more
income.
about the purpose.
The purpose.
Yeah, there should be a public purpose.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I like
Finish
to,
it.
ask.
The verification part of it.
Yeah.
Is kind of up to the council.
Mhm.
If you don't think that a stringent,
So this is just, it seems
Right.
the way it's currently proposed, there's just room for abuse.
No, okay, so why don't we do this? So Councilmember Nguyen, you willing to spend all 358,000 for the low income? Oh, for the senior and the veterans. So why don't you modify your motion?
Okay, if that's the case, then if there is
Yes, it's better.
difficulties, then I modify the 350 of all fund
Yes.
going to seniors over the age of 55 with proof of age and residency, and veterans with proof of eligibility, such as a military ID and residency verification. Forget the other part.
Second, all right, I call for a question,
I want to do a substitute motion.
please.
I make a substitute motion that we use the COVID CDBG and use that mechanism to target the low income residents. And use the 350,000 for seniors and veterans, and use the mechanism through the senior center.
So
What's the difference?
There's 300 and then another 350.
okay, so part of that motion needs to include that it's directing staff to initiate the public hearing process for the
Initiate.
CDBG one.
And that includes having staff initiate the process for the public hearing for the CDBG 300,000.
The $300,000, there is a time limitation on when we are using the funds, so we need a time limitation on when we'd want that period to be in effect.
When, as soon as you can do it, what's the time frame?
So are we gonna keep it based on the same reimbursement, or not reimbursement rather, because it's not really reimbursed, but that same system here, or did you just want to
The-
give it out in advance
For the
for the
CDBG?
senior and veterans for the ARPA one?
What do you mean? Explain that.
So after they've already spent money and they'll
Yes,
submit,
when they
okay,
bring the receipts, just the way it's written.
okay. The CDBG program, I believe, is actually would have to give in advance. It's not a rebate back, is my understanding.
Okay.
I second.
No, what I understand is the CBDG funding that we have to give it in advance,
Have to have
not
public hearing.
reimbursement. Okay, it's different from our part that we're talking about. Am I correct?
I'm sorry, the CDBG program, there are some things that we need to check in terms of this process.
Mhm.
And whether we can give it in advance is what we anticipated, right, Michael, that if they provide that evidence of low income as well as evidence of an impact from COVID, then we could provide the funds, but there is a proviso in the regulations that it has to go through a third party, and that we've asked for clarification. So before we bring it back, we'll have a full program
Right.
of what we would have to do to make everything within the regulations, and
Yes.
then we would bring that to you
Okay.
at that public hearing.
Vice Mayor,
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Menzo, I understand where you're coming from and you want to propose to have both of them going together. But from staff standpoint, the CBDG funding, that the number one, we have to advance first. Number two, they still have question that they need to look back. Number three, CBDG, they have a process that they have to go through to qualify.
Correct.
Today agenda, I propose to have the 350 of ARPA funding. The only modification that I have is the remaining 200,000 now is going all to the seniors and veterans. I would suggest that we can make it into two different motion.
My motion was the
is one-
same
hold-
as
hold on.
yours, except my motion was to have the 350,000 of ARPA, unallocated ARPA, go to seniors and veterans,
Okay,
just like yours.
okay, well, then
Then
I
I
make
don't
a motion
understand.
already, okay.
But this one includes also a 300,000 through the COVID CDBG.
No, number one, the 300 is
We have a motion in a
the-
second.
it's not on the agenda.
I'm making
But
it.
the issue that a
time, it's going to be-
CDBG, funding is not on agenda. So why don't we go back to original?
Yes. and-
Yes.
And decide yes or
motion.
no, that's all.
Yes, and
We have can we do the CDBG today? City attorney?
Because CBDG, you have to go
Done.
through,
Okay, I think that's what we're talking mainly about is the ARPA. So why don't
Yeah.
we take a
Exactly.
motion on that? You could take a motion to have staff begin the process to come
Exactly.
back.
That's what my motion
And
is.
so I think rather than join these together, let's do them separately. I think that's a good
Exactly.
idea.
I
So let's,
second.
so do we have a motion related to ARPA? I think we did, which was the original motion. That
Right.
was 150 is what I had heard. Did you want to change?
I
No, we already
modified that
modified
to
that.
$250,000.
250?
350, the whole amount,
And that is for seniors and veterans?
yes.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Second,
Yeah.
Okay,
call for question, please vote.
So,
For senior and veteran.
okay,
They have to prove their residency, and also,
And how can we,
that legal?
is that
Yes.
do?
are there, I just asked staff, is there any issues with that? With going this way?
We asked the consultant. So there is not an issue with it. We asked our consultant before putting the staff report on.
All right,
We can do-
we
we can-
modify
we
the
can do-
motions?
we can do
that We have to check with consultant to make sure it's,
she says she already checked it.
Our consultant is our ARPA administrator and we've already checked with them.
all right.
and it's good? It's totally legal?
All right, so we have a motion second on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And that motion was made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Mayor Ta. And that is for ARPA funds in the amount of $350,000 for seniors and veterans with the proof of age and residency as listed on the agenda. Councilmember Doe,
Gonna abstain.
Councilmember Ho,
Come back to me.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Are we certain that there is the mechanism to prevent abuse?
I think I will see the attorney already respond. See,
The
Like,
staff
like as
question.
far as the seniors and veterans?
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah,
I mean, you can't be perfect, but yes, I think we can, as part of the motion, we will create a program that would provide verification of senior status, veteran status.
it's essentially database with documents provided to us and staff doing it. It comes, I mean, if you're using the maximum 350,000, that comes out to 3,500, applicants. It's a lot of work. But
is it doable? Can staff do it?
well, if again, we have a certain amount of time that we can use it. If you don't cap it and the cap is automatically when we have to expend the funds, it'll just take some time.
Well, I don't want to, if it's not doable, I don't want to, you need to tell us if it is or not. I mean,
Can't we use a portion of the funds to help pay for someone to administer it? Is there any reason why we couldn't do that?
if we can't administer it, then what, and we can't pull it off, then how we,
let me ask staff, is there any reason that you can't administer this program?
Is there a strain on you and your daily work?
will it help if it was a lesser amount? or what would help? What would make it more,
I know everyone gets sick of hearing that we don't have staff, but we really don't. I mean, I will
But-
tell you at some point, there will be, I already know one person off the top of my head that this is probably going to get assigned to, which is unfortunate. And, at the same time, we understand the value of this kind of program. If you expanded maybe a higher amount of money, then it decreases the number of applications that come in, but there are a lot of variables, right? So how many people come in at the same time? If there's a steady flow, potentially much more manageable than if you had a bunch of people submitting applications at the same time, right? So those are just a few of the options. Higher amounts, so that's less applications, but then you don't impact as many people. So that's really for this council to decide. But it is a lot of legwork, regardless of whichever way
so
you
you're
go.
saying that we don't have one person so far that we can, and what else is that other person doing?
Working on cannabis, outdoor vendors, every other thing that I'm trying to put on his plate that I'm writing staff reports, doing research, working on the Westminster Mall specific plan.
No, you don't want that person.
Okay.
Can I just suggest that I think this is okay, that a portion of these funds be used to hire a contractor to oversee it. So that as part of the motion, if you're going to authorize 350,000, that you authorize the city manager to enter into a contract for someone to administer it as part of that 350. Unless you have an objection to that.
Remember that we already allocate $1 million for administer all the funding, $22 million. We have that allocation, $1 million for that, right? For administrator, right? Am I correct?
The $1 million administration is for the actual administration of ARPA as a whole, but not for the individual programs.
Right.
Right.
Oh,
So it's different.
So I think you could do this.
Yeah, so you could get someone to administer this program, but that's different from administration of ARPA program as a whole.
That would not have a burden on staff then, or at least less.
All right, then I'm gonna vote a no and then we'll have to redo the motion.
Well, let me ask, is the maker of the motion, are you not in favor of that, or are you willing to modify your motion?
not a maker of a motion,
No,
motion is-
he's asking you.
Correct. That's why I was asking you.
Question again, please.
Are you willing to modify your motion to allow a portion of the funds to be used to hire a contractor to help
Yes,
to handle this program?
I am willing to modify my motion to that.
Second is okay with that?
Second.
How much are we talking about?
350,000.
No, I'm talking about a consultant or somebody who's going to administer. How much is that?
Well, we don't know because we haven't asked.
Wait,
There's going to be a cost either way. You're going to have cost for a consultant, or you're going to have cost
Staff
for
cost.
staff member to do it.
All right, so we have a motion on second floor, that we have some portion for hire.
Correct. So we have
Agreed.
an amendment.
Maintain that abstention.
Let's start the motion or the roll over.
Right, okay.
Okay, Councilmember Doe. Councilmember Ho,
come back to me.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Part of the money would go to hiring a consultant to administer. And this is 350.
Yes, in lieu, in the packet, yes.
And this is going to all seniors and
Veteran,
veterans with IDs.
yes.
Yeah, and staff will make sure it's not an exorbitant amount. If it is, we'll bring it back. I'm guessing if it was like,
All right.
That's not our direction.
What?
Well, but no, he was just saying that staff's going to come back if it's an exorbitant amount. How much is exorbitant?
100,000 is exorbitant. It's not gonna,
But
it's not gonna be
gonna be.
100,000. No.
I would say, yeah, if it's taken out from that amount, that proceed that we're going to put a cap on, then that's fine. So I vote yes.
All right.
Motion carries, 4 yeses and 1 abstention.
All right. Next item, amendment to various city commission, board and committee. So may I have a motion?
Well,
I do want
have
to make some,
before we make any motions. The only one that I have, I think we need to, city manager, if you can help with this one. On the personnel board, how often do they meet?
I don't remember meeting in the last like 6 years or so, so I don't know when
Oh, no.
they've actually met. Yeah.
So why do we need them?
I mean, other cities that have them, they're basically to make determinations on grievances and other things that, other things that are personnel related, but mainly on grievances.
But
and what-
how often? Well, we in the past 6 years, we never have to use them, right?
I wasn't aware that they were being used, and our current HR director could not find any records, and I myself could not find any records on grievances or the personnel board actually meeting.
If
Are
one
we
comes,
planning to use them or? No, then.
I have a question. If something were to come up, how would you go about that? How would HR?
That like a civil service? Not civil service, like long.
Not quite. She can explain the process a little
Kind of.
better.
Have civil service, but we never use them.
Yeah, so we don't have a civil service. We're able to have that. The other option would be to hire a hearing officer for the, occasions that we have agreed.
Just if it were ever to come up.
Yeah.
Kind of like
And
our vicious
actually-
dog committee, we got rid of them and ended up using a hearing officer.
Yeah, and in the WMEA MOU, we have to use a hearing officer. So that only leaves the 2 compensation plans for admin and executive, and then the POA. I still think we would just hire a hearing officer, I think makes more sense.
Can we strike it out?
Ms. Ban?
Yeah, the recommendation on that is to just, it would be to eliminate the personnel board if that's what you choose.
I had everything. I like the staff report and the recommendations from staff. The only one that I think that we need to really look at harder is the planning commission. Because as you know, the planning commission is pretty important to the development of any community. I mean, the decisions they make, they can really shape a city. Is that not correct?
Final decisions, yeah.
So I think we really need to make sure that we really put some qualifications in there that are really gonna, because just the way it currently is not really helping. It's not really the best that, and I think we're on the right track that we're trying to get better and do things better. So on the part where it says on A, where it says shall at minimum have knowledge of land use and development. So I want to add on there a plan reading or blueprint reading or whatever.
I don't know if you've ever find
Is that a
anyone like that.
qualification? Is that
Yeah,
qualification
yeah.
for planning commission?
Wow.
Yeah, because one of them is have minimum knowledge of land use and development.
When you was in the
It's gonna be hard
planning
to find
commission, did you have that knowledge?
I did.
You did? Okay.
I did. Yeah. So, yeah, I did for sure. You'd be surprised how much time we spent on learning how to read a staff report and what was the, sometimes we spent time on just figuring out what we were talking about. Yeah.
Who gonna oversee that qualification?
So whenever the city manager, when they apply.
No one, right?
When an application is submitted, who's gonna check the application?
And so staff checks the application, but really an application in this regard is all on the honor system. So they would check a box that says, I know how to read a.
So then the recommendations that you have here shall have a minimum knowledge of land use and development. How would you check that?
You couldn't. couldn't, but that's, that's something that's interesting because, in other cities that have, other cities, their councils conduct full-on interviews, so you can actually ask them.
But that's where I'm gonna get at.
Okay, well,
That's what I'm getting at.
that's pretty much it. Like, we're not giving them a pop quiz when they apply. So,
Oh, it seems funny, but I mean, maybe that's the reason our city has never progressed, because we think everything's a joke.
it's a fair, I mean, these kind of like City of Orange, they have the same kind of, requirements as well.
What do they have?
It's. Mhm. You don't have
So
it.
then why are we bringing this to council though, if it's not?
Well,
I mean-
so the other part of having like a minimum 2 years of planning experience, that's the other component of it. And so they've got a list.
So how do we, so you're saying that you're just recommending, but there's no way to really apply this? I mean, how will we?
OT.
Yeah.
No enforcement.
We could, I would suggest that there's a couple things that can happen. In the application, we can apply more restrictions in the application process itself and have the person interview with the council if they wish, or have an affidavit that they are taking an oath that what they are saying is true and correct on the affidavit.
So what you're saying is that person is depend on you to qualify them or not, or else you are going to set it up for the council to interview them. Well, if that's the case, then we have to make sure that everyone have to go through the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to bring up this second point that here.
I wasn't done with my questions
sure.
yet. So that's the whole reason that we're doing this, is to better our commissions, is not correct? So we need to have this, and one of it that I want to add on here, that they shall go through interview process. Each applicant,
Okay.
you have to go through the interview process.
For all the committees, or this one?
For sure planning, I don't know which other one is traffic. Would you recommend? Traffic and
Traffic, Parks and Rec, and planning are
Just-
those that are
okay.
generally the ones in other cities where you see
Okay, all
applications.
three of them. Let's do all three of them, and also, so go through, make sure they have these shall have, and have a proof that they have these, some sort of proof that they have this knowledge that you have here. Some sort of document. They have knowledge or some sort of background in land use and development. We need to have something.
Sure.
I mean,
So
this is not, we can't keep going the way we're going right now.
so there's so I agree that we need to fine tune some of these things that are not as not as specific.
Mhm.
But in terms of, in terms of, there's two components. There's participation, in which we know participation in the city has lacked for a while. We want to make sure that if you're, that you have the best candidates that you possibly can. In the past of what I've seen on planning commission applications, ones that have experience, considerable amount of experience, they've attached like a resume, or they've attached a degree or something to that extent. It's not to say that all people in that area of business necessarily have degrees. Like if it's someone who's a real estate broker, for example, who's very familiar with this, but doesn't have a degree, right? But has the experience. So it's really just trying to find a medium that will, that will allow people who want to participate, that have the knowledge, but don't necessarily have the paper for it.
So if there is they have some sort of experience, there must be a way for them to show proof that they have that.
Or like a business card.
Something that shows proof.
And that's a mechanism that can be built in based on what you decide the criteria is. So
Yeah.
those are things that can be provided.
And also, I mean, we need to do so yeah, let's put that language in there to have some sort of proof of knowledge of what we have on here, general knowledge of land use development. I would suggest, I mean, you don't have to have all of them. You just need to have at least one of them, one of those.
Mhm.
And some sort of plan reading experience.
Yes.
And where you have a minimum of such as I would strike. I would have a minimum of 2 years of planning experience.
Huh.
But as far as serving on the planning commission, I'm a little iffy on that one because sometimes it's just because you serve on the planning commission. I don't know if a lot of folks, I don't know if that would give you I would hope that you would have learned something in 2 years, but it's not necessarily true.
All right, so I'd like to recommend that the city manager will bring it back for the next
But I want to
meeting.
do this now because we need to do this now because we're gonna have here shortly in January, applications for new commissioners.
I mean, you can bring
So-
it back for the next council meeting.
May I ask a follow-up question to what you were
Yeah.
asking?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so all that qualifications, beautiful. I love it. All right, but the thing is, how are we gonna enforce that? How do
That's
we
what I'm
got?
getting at.
How are we gonna, just like the Constitution of China, right? Very democracy, but nobody care. Nobody follow it. Nobody's, any elected official in this governor body can appoint anybody. And how do why bother, to add
Hoping-
more qualification, make it beautiful, and then at the end of the day, anybody can appoint anybody into the commission. So,
Well,
yeah.
what I'm gonna
But
say.
you understand what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm not
know,
saying that you're wrong, but.
No, I
it's
get exactly what you're
wasting
saying.
time on something that there's no teeth, obviously. So-
But we need to have something, and I'm looking to the leadership here to let's build something to move our city forward, to make our city better. Right now, it's pretty, I mean, you see what it is.
But
If
we
we
need to-
could,
we
could
need to
we
do
maybe
something.
look at what a couple other cities have put in
Yeah.
there? And oftentimes what happens is people are not, they may not be able to get on the planning commission, but they're interested in serving. So they fill out an application and they check, I'm willing to be on Parks and Rec and Planning Commission. There's an interview process where they've explained why they're interested and what their background is. And then a decision is made. This person looks like they might be a good fit for, maybe not Planning Commission now, but Parks and Rec right now. And you kind of evaluate the person who's interested in serving based on where they fit and where they are at that point. I think if you get too detailed with the land use requirements, although it's very helpful, and that should be weighed when you're evaluating, should somebody go on the planning commission? Somebody who's got a lot of background should be weighed higher. But ultimately, if you require too many things, you're not going to get people to fill the positions. And sometimes a layman's view on something is helpful. So there's kind of that balance between maybe an experienced plan.
Okay, so how do we better this? Because
Yeah,
how do we,
I would like to just simply interview, that's a must. I think that helps. Number two is, I mean, I wouldn't want to require them to have any certificates or, any paper, any certification or anything like that to show. Number one is what happens when you don't have anybody applying that's got all the qualifications you want. And then do you leave that, that seat empty? You can't.
no, but.
So you're going to fill with somebody. So I think the interview process is going to help you choose the best candidate, just the best
it-
candidate to fill that position.
And as far as the
And-
commissions right now, the seats, people can continue in those seats until you've appointed someone new. That's typically how we have it. So if no one gets appointed, those people can continue for the next meeting or.
Yeah. Mhm. Okay, well, let's bring this back then. But
And-
I want to
and
make sure that we add for all the commissions, the 3 parks, planning, traffic.
So we can amend all of these ordinances that are on here, that are being presented with those particular changes. Because if we want this to be in effect for the next round of the commissioners, that's why this is being brought, because we're going to have a new round of commissioners.
Okay.
Now would be the time, because we need a first reading and a second reading.
Okay, well then for the sake of, let's add that they must go through an interview process with all the council. or individually? I don't know which better.
So in other cities, the most effective way that this has been done is you essentially hold a meeting of the city council and you do a panel interview. So the person sits up front and you ask the questions, it's public. And at that point, you would just conduct your
Okay,
interviews.
let's do it that way. And then also,
And, yeah,
it needs to be at large, not by district.
Let me, yeah.
Yeah,
And then
that-
it kind of
that-
makes the pool smaller.
yeah, that was left in there. It needed to be at large
Yeah,
and not
that's-
by
At large.
district. So we can strike that out. Well, so, as amended to remove that to keep it at large.
Okay.
I agree with that. Yeah, that's one of the things that I want to bring it up. That,
So-
we impose the requirements on these people to serve the community, and at the same time, we are restricted, to the area, the district. So it's very difficult for us to,
Mhm.
and so I agree with Vice Mayor Manzo that it has to be at large. Now, as far as I think that the system go, I think it's because the city council or the council member or the mayor is the one who personally appoint that person into the roles and responsibility. Then that whoever the appoint have the roles and responsibility to make sure that that person you are appointing is qualified.
But that's exactly where we're at now. And I agree with you that we should hold that into accountable. But a lot of times what happens is that it's just a matter of just appointing a friend of yours and somebody that doesn't really is qualified to do it.
I don't think
Yeah.
that we, yeah.
Well, so that we know that. So my motion is to bring it with those amendments and approve with the recommended, the rest is as recommended.
I'm sorry, may I ask if it says anywhere here, who could remove them?
It's-
So
I think it's,
It's supposed to be by 3 votes, correct?
yeah,
the planning.
I think
for-
it should remain that.
main. Yeah.
So, so for, let's,
So that's true for all the committees then? Well, no, we're changing it. So that's why I'm trying to get direction from them.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
changing it to all of them. the
for
same.
all of them to change, because some of them don't reflect anything about removal, so it will take a 3 affirmative yes vote to remove a member.
Yes,
In any committee or just for planning committee?
all of
All
them.
the
In
committees.
all committees.
That was the direction.
Yeah.
Please call for question.
Can we just do each one at a time? Or
And-
you don't have to call for the motion, or you don't have to vote for each one of these, but that way we can.
Yeah, I think that all that direction that's been given, that we would incorporate that into appropriate ordinances and resolutions and bring it back. That's essentially the motion. Let me just clarify one thing before you vote, and that is that there was some language in here about the Citizens Oversight Committee for Measure SS and disbanding that,
So,
which
So-
obviously
yeah.
we can't do that because if the measure passes, we need to have that in place. So
Would be name Measure Y, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's a different committee. So this one, essentially, it's just, so the real recommendation of it is that we're just not gonna put it on the list of the new recruitments because we're not recruiting for it. But essentially, it's gonna disband anyway at the sunset of the current measure. And then there's gonna be a new established committee for the new measure, for the new sales tax. So,
perfect.
Right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor.
and
please.
this is for first reading on the ordinances, right? As amended.
No, not right now. No, we need to come back with it.
Okay.
Got to make sure it's clean, and I'm concerned that we're going to end up with.
Okay.
I realize there's a hurry there to get it before we appoint, but I think what we do is we try to get this fixed maybe even before the 30th. And then do get the second reading whenever we can get that in December. You can start recruiting. If people have to stay longer, we can do that. But ultimately, even if we're appointing in January for this, it's going to be subject to these, we can follow the rules that are already been read first or second reading.
We just won't appoint until it actually is enacted 30 days, whatever, it'll.
That's what
We'll-
I'm thinking.
we'll figure
I
it.
just
We'll-
want to make sure it's clean.
Okay, right.
With that, the reason I wanted, I know that, I don't know if I've said this before, but thank you for bringing this item forward. Because I know, I think you heard me say this before, but I'm gonna say it again. We're a city of almost 100,000. Let's start acting like it. So, thank you.
If I may, there was one more item that we were remiss at the time that the staff report was written that we'd like to present to you, and that can be part of what council directs, is that the youth committee has the authority has been often given to staff to interview the applicants, the students. We would like to also include that recommendation if the council so desires to correct the bylaws or amend the bylaws to include that staff conduct the interviews. That way, when we present to the council, we don't have to keep going back and forth.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
I don't have any problem with that, but I do have a question for you. Why you increased from, must have a reason from 11 to 13 people.
It was to modify the alternates, and so that none of the commissions, committees, and boards would have alternates. The youth committee would be transferred over to become regular members.
Okay.
So they're not being removed, they're just being added.
Yeah.
Right, please.
I'm sorry, I did not get who made the second on that.
I made the motion. I think Councilmember Ho.
Thank you. So the motion was made by Vice Mayor Monzo, seconded by Councilmember Ho, to amend as directed by the council. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Right, so next we have common city council agency members in the AB 1, 2, 3, 4 report.
So
I can go first.
When we apply.
actually, I'm sorry, before you go, can I jump in on something that we completely forgot? I'd be remiss if I did not
Okay.
acknowledge. So we, as you know, Division Chief Ron Roberts had retired. And so I'd actually like to introduce our new Division Chief, Craig Covey, who has been sitting patiently waiting in the wings for me to introduce him.
So
So I apologize for that.
Well, we know he can take abuse. Do we know that?
Hi, Council.
Hello.
Honored to be here. I've been with OCFA for 29 years and had a opportunity to step up behind Chief Roberts and his tremendous career of over 40 years. So it's a big set of shoes to fill. Excited to be here to serve you and your residents and any capacity that I can.
Thank you. Thank you so
you.
much.
Congratulations.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, along with that, congratulations to you. And I want to thank you, staff, again, for your hard work, as always. And next is I want to congratulate, I know that you mentioned, I don't know, it's true that you said that this is your last meeting?
Yeah, actually, this is my last meeting, but the council is not easy on me.
Okay.
Look at the clock right now.
Well, it doesn't matter what, but if it's your last, well, I just want to congratulate you and thank you for, for the 16 years on this board, for the community. Congratulations, and I hope that you will do good in state assembly as people trusted in you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Who would like to go next? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you, staff, for all your hard work and putting up with the council. So thank you. And then thank you, Chief, for sticking with us this long. I know it wasn't easy. I want to just say thank you to all the veterans out there for for all your sacrifice for our country. We enjoy all the fruits of your labor and your dedication to our country. So thank all the veterans. And also want to thank Mayor Ta for congratulations and thank you for your service. And good luck up in Sacramento. So that's it.
Thank you so much for that. And who would be next?
I'll do it. Well, I just want to extend my congratulations to Mayor Ta and Councilman G. Charlie Nguyen. So far, I got a big lead, so most likely he'll be the next mayor. It's a tough 3 months, tired campaigning. Just want to thank the resident come out and vote yesterday. It was raining pretty bad, but a lot of people show up at the voting center, so that's pretty good. Once again, thanks city staff, the PD, chief of police, the fire, first responder, and for continuing doing more with less. So greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
As for me, I want to first say Happy Veterans Day. That's 2 days from now. And I'd like to thank all the veterans out there who sacrifice and the ones who are serving and right now active duty. Thank you for protecting us and keeping us safe. Next, I'd like to congratulate Mayor Trita. Thank you for your service in 16 years. So on to something newer and better, and come back and visit. I really want the city to heal, and I want the city to unite and move forward. And I'd like to, I'd love to focus on agendas that bring us health and wealth, keep us sane and bring in revenue for our city. And I know I'm so pleased with Measure Y passing, yay. And I know Ms. Terry Raines there really put in a lot of work, and I did too. But I can name so many people who helped with that. What else? As usual, we have the A team headed by Ms. Christine Corden. Thank you for your hard work. It's so hard to get a hold of you these days. I try not to. We've had really great, this is not the end of the year speech, but I only wish that this coming year, our goal should be to keep our council meetings shorter and keeping people sane by making quick decisions and moving forward onward to more positive agendas. So I thank everybody and see you next time.
Hi, everyone. 16 years that I have been on city council. I want to thank the resident, the voter in our city. I want to thank for your trust. I'm honored to serve you for the last 16 years. I still don't have a gray hair, so I'm so lucky. All right, 16 years on the same city council. I think that I really have an honor to work with city staff. And I'm have honor to work with different council member. I'm an honor to work with Councilmember Ho for the last 6 years, Councilmember Doe and Councilmember Nguyen for the last 4 years, and Vice Mayor for the last 2 years. When I first elected on the city council 16 years ago, I didn't think that I could able to stay for 16 years. I remember the first moment after I got elected, I got a call from the city clerk, and the first person sat me down, explained to me how city operate was our amazing chief of police, Andy Hall. That's amazing. And after that, we became best friends. Really appreciate that. I believe in our city. Our city, we will have a good future. I'd like to thank all the candidates who run for office. I know it's not easy when you run for office. You're willing to take a hit, you're willing to take a responsibility. So I'd like to recognize Councilmember Ho, Councilmember Do, and Councilmember Nguyen running for mayor. I think that's a big responsibility. I want to extend my congratulations to Councilmember Nguyen. I hope that for the new city council, all members will work together. I believe in that. And I have an open door policy. My family and I, we still live in Westminster. If you have my cell phone, you're more than welcome to call me 24/7. So I will try my best to continue to support our community, our law enforcement in Sacramento. I will be your voice in Sacramento. So anything you need, so you let me know. I love to come back to sometime give an update, the new law in Sacramento. But it's been an honor to serve Westminster community for the last 16 years on the city council. And it's my honor to continue to serve Westminster community and other community in Sacramento. I'm going to miss you all. Thank you so much for your support. So this is my last meeting. I have an early flight tomorrow to Sacramento at 6 a.m. But I think that I have a habit that our council lasts until midnight, so it's not a surprise. Okay. All right. So with that, the next meeting will be on Wednesday, November 30th at 7 p.m. I will not be in that meeting because at that time I will be in Sacramento. So this is my last meeting. So I wish you well. I wish our city manager well.
So we're adjourning to November 30th. Just
It's
we have- we have to-
adjourning to that as a regular meeting.
Oh, okay. So I
Yes.
adjourn to regular. So to the meeting on November 30th. Okay.
Technicalities, you remember.
Bye. That's what. Okay. All right. So thank you so much. Meeting adjourned. Okay. Thank you.